Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. This is a check. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to RMRFF 2025 Rocky Mountain RepRap Festival 2025. This is a test. That's that mic. Testing, 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 testing 1, 2, 3. This is a test. Sounds lower. This is a test. Testing 1, 2, 3. I am Monsoon Josh, and we are doing a test. Testing, testing, testing. Oh, yeah.
Mic, audio good on the stream? Cool. Cool. What? Is it now?
Hello. All right.
All right, we will give about another minute and I'll get going. All right, so we will get going, and anybody who starts straggling in, they'll catch up. So, first off, anybody in the room have a CNC machine? Okay, if you have a 3D printer, you have a CNC machine as well. So, all right, so I'm Malamaker. Josh Malavolti is my everyday life name. Malamaker is my online name. You can find me on mainly TikTok and YouTube if you, after this, want to see some of this stuff and how it was built. There are plenty of shorts out there that I'm sure will fit your attention span. So, Creative CNC'ing with prop making. Any of you that are really strict on grammar, I know I was wrong in saying this, so I got your attention. Prop making with Creative CNC. Or Creative CNC'ing. I like saying CNC'ing because you have milling, you have routing, you have 3D printing, and really CNC in general is a huge family of different styles of manufacturing that you can do. And in the case of the things that I enjoy doing, as I enjoy many different things, prop making is a big, fun thing that allows your imagination and multiple facets of the CNC world to allow you to build all kinds of crazy things. I love prop replicas. People that do cosplay will probably understand this very well. So I don't like dressing up. I like building the things that are on sets in movies. And in the last couple of years, it has scaled up pretty big. So anyways, a little bit about me. You can read this a little bit. Pretty much for the last 20 years, everything from milling, routing, 3D printing. I have taken 3D printing to a whole nother level of essentially print farming. I have I think I counted 26 FDM printers before I left my house to come here. And also design work. So everything from parametric design, and in the last few years, also 3D sculpting. I love using my iPad and my pencil and doing sculpting on Nomad Sculpt. So love it, absolutely love it. If you want to learn it, there's plenty of YouTube videos, and just dive in and start playing. Grab a model off of whatever model site you like, pull it in and start playing around with it. Sometimes that's the easier way to learn. One here that line item you guys might not recognize is CMM programmer. CMMs, anybody know what a CMM is? No? One, maybe two? CMMs are measurement machines that are essentially CNC driven. In my earlier years, I programmed them. They're a lot of fun, high precision, and expensive to break. So, yeah. But by day, I am a software developer. I work for Lightburn. I lead up all of Lightburn's testing on our various products. And actually, testing one of their products before I worked there is kind of how I became an employee of Lightburn. So off to the right here, this is, anybody seen the old 80s Beetlejuice movie? All right, Dante's Inferno, the strip club. There is the build, the 20-foot wide, 10-foot tall build. I should say it's not 10 foot, it's actually like 12 foot. but we had a 10-foot ceiling, so I had it to where you could drop the Dante's down a little bit. But that is the build of Dante's Inferno Room. And just to let you know, I designed and built that whole thing pretty much using our new software that we're on the brink of releasing this year, Milmage. I did it all in that. One, because it's my job, but two, because it, especially on complex things, design, especially like the design suite that Lightburn and Milmage has, it allows for very weird angles to be recreated. So things that like Fusion 360 would be, I might still be working on this. So anyways, go big or go home. So this is my entry into working at Lightburn itself. Back in early 2024, yeah, 2024, because we're in 2025 now. I had a company from Texas come to me, and they're like, "Hey, I want you to build a bank vault door for me." And I'm like, "Okay, I better start researching bank vault doors." And ultimately, I designed and built a bank vault door, and then the company came back and said, "Hey, I know we're on a short time frame. Can you make safety deposit boxes too?" And that is where things got very interesting, because safety deposit boxes are numbered. And me being very anal retentive with making things look as real as possible, I'm like, well, I of course have to make 1,600 numbers appear on all of these safety deposit boxes. Now, mind you, this is a 20-foot wide, 10-foot deep, essentially 8 to 10 feet tall prop that essentially is going to a trade show. And I went to my buddy Joe Spanier, and I'm like, Joe, I could write a plugin in Fusion, but I still feel like it would take like a week to generate all these CAM things to number all these. And he goes, well, Lightburn does it, but we have this new software that nobody really knows a lot about. And I go, okay, yeah, make me a beta tester right now. Go talk to Jason, please. And Jason was kind enough to let me into that initial beta group, which was 1.5 years ago. And with 2 minutes of instruction, I then created 16 4x8 foot sheets, individually numbered panels that looked like, when they were all said and done, safety deposit boxes. That was my introduction to Milmage, and actually a different kind of like a software that kind of fills a lot of gaps that I was missing in a lot of the prop building stuff that I was doing, and I didn't even realize it at the time. I just know the struggles that I went through, because with the type of stuff that I was doing, there was no possibility for one software ever. Because I'm doing everything from 2D to 3D to angles and weird things and stuff like that. So that kind of gets to where I'm going with all of this. And we all like previews. Here's the bank vault door. Okay, it's plywood. It also has foam in it. All the gearing is 3D printed. All the front of all those accessories, other than the bars and the pistons themselves, it's all 3D printed. It was a lot of filament, to say the least. And I had to, infill had to be high enough that you didn't have hinges break and essentially a door falling. But anybody have an idea of how much the door weighed with the frame? Just take a wild guess. 250's close, 220. 220 pounds. So the only real significant metal in this is 2 pieces of unistrut that are on the inside of the door so that the plywood wouldn't warp too much. So, all right. Come on. We already saw that. Okay. So we'll watch the video here. This is the final product. So I shipped it down to Texas, and then this company, they make faux finishes. So rust, moss, UV paint stains, all kinds of stuff like that, patinas. This is the bank vault door that they did the final finish on at that trade show and made it look like an old rusty, like it's been sitting in a building for years with a whole bunch of moisture and rusted out bank vault door. Now, when you go on the inside, I'm proud of this. The inside is actually where I'm probably the proudest because the amount of 3D printed parts to make up those safety deposit boxes that make them look like safety deposit boxes actually was more 3D printed plastic than I used on the door itself. And I'll let this play through. But in here, the locks themselves are 3D printed. The hinges are 3D printed, and the company hated me when they were all said and done because they had to put the hinges and the door and the keyholes on it, and so they pretty much just used liquid nails and liquid nailed all that stuff on. But there's the finished product of what that turned into. So Milmage helped me out here. I ended up in 2 days, I think, cutting all 16 panels. And one thing that like Lightburn and Milmage, our software is sometimes used for is serial marking. So we have sequencing numbers and things like that. Essentially, I use that, but exploited it in a whole different way that I don't know if we had ever seen that used that way before.
What's that tool called, Josh?
Sequencing? Wait. Oh, sorry, variable text. Sorry, my bad. Variable text. I was using it for sequencing, but yes, variable text. So why Milmage? So if you know Lightburn, how many Lightburn users we have in here? All right, a handful. Okay, so pretty much before I worked at Lightburn, I lasered things like probably maybe a dozen times before that. So I knew Lightburn a little bit. But I will just say that if you haven't gone out, you are interested in lasers, maybe you want to get a laser or you want to get a CNC, go out and download Lightburn and just start playing around with the design suite. It is crazy easy when you get into it. And some of the things I'll talk here about in a second, with some of the things that I have made, honestly, I don't know how I would do some of that now that I have some of the tools like Lightburn and Milmage, because I like organic things, but converting things from an organic nature that we all see in the everyday world to computerized interpretations of that, and essentially 2 and 2.5D isn't as easy as you would think. And you can probably imagine, because in the 3D printing world, printing things that are more organic can be sometimes tedious and difficult, failures and all of that. So if you know Lightburn, you know Milmage. Essentially, 80% of Milmage is the what Lightburn has for a design suite. Your cam work is the only real difference. And honestly, I know Fusion. I've been using Fusion for years and years and years and years and years. And before that, I started with Pro E. So this might date me a little bit. I started with Pro E, and then it turned to Creo, and then I think my cracked version wasn't usable anymore, so I went to Fusion. So, so anyways, I have been around the block when it comes to the parametric design and stuff like that. And also, so this gets into the real life to design to cam. So bricking, boulder work, things like that. It's really nice sometimes to be able to CNC cut some of this stuff. I am harping hard on our developers to develop MeshCam in Milmage one day. I look forward to that because I will show you a photo here that I had to do in another software, but it was sculpted in Nomad Sculpt, and I CNC cut a piece that it would have probably taken me 50 times as long to create. So ultimately, like, our vectorization tools are very handy. So like what I do is I'll go out into the wild, the outdoors, and brick. I find this really cool old building, really cool brick, and I take a photo of it. I will bring that into Lightburn MillMage, vectorize it, and clean it up there, and then create multiple levels of that 2.5D cam, and then throw a piece of foam on a CNC router and start route cutting it out. And I'll show you some examples of that here in a second. So ultimately, with that organic nature, you get a lot of noise. You get a lot of noise. And our vectorization allows you to clean up some of that through automated means. But then I will also take and hand pick some things. I'm like, oh, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. And I'll clean it up even manually too in our suite. And ultimately, too, with that, while I'm going through it, I can even layer it too. So I can create different processes, layering, to essentially create different depths of things and use kind of like grouping and layering tools to be able to do that. And then it boils down to very simplified but powerful cam. And I will kind of play this video here. This is MillMage. Now I'm going to explain this bricking, and you'll see the actual result of this here in a second. I have to test our software, right? So what is my job? To break it. My job is to break it and to work really, really hard to break it. Now, I have used Fusion for years, and if I were to bring in a 4x8 foot sheet of brick pattern into Fusion, I don't know if it would implode or explode, but if any of you have used Fusion on anything like this, you know the struggles that I am talking about. I think it would take at least a day or two of me walking away from my computer for it to finally generate the cam, honestly. And then that's if I was able to select it all. So anyways, with MillMage here, this is the most inefficient drawing I could create. It essentially takes this bricking, which is nowhere in this drawing is it unique. So I know how our algorithms work. I know how to exploit it to make it the most inefficient. So I take our owner, Jason, and his logic that I know how he has taken some things, and I've made this inefficient. And literally this, in 1 minute, generated the cam for a 4x8 foot sheet of just standard bricking that you would find like in an old brick building, maybe in your downtown area. This is a 3.5 hour cut job on a 1/2 inch sheet of foam, to give you an idea of how much cutting is being done here. So, which is a lot. And I actually had to speed this up to about 100x to get through and show all of the cut. So this is a preview showing the preview if you were to cut this in MillMage. So I won't drain this. This kind of gives you guys an idea of what we have done and the efficiencies that we have with our software. So, so now show and tell. All right, so everybody likes, see what we build. That's why we come here. I grew up in Murph, so I've been going to Murph in Indiana for a long time. And, just like here, our makers come in, we build stuff, we bring stuff, like the giant wolf that's over there. I appreciate that. I love large scale builds. Anyways, here's Dante's Inferno room with a 10-foot ceiling. And you can kind of see it's crammed down a little bit. But this is at the Houston Horror Film Festival down in Houston, Texas last year. And over here to the right is the Beetlejuice sign, which is lit up. So you're using an ESP32 to create the NeoPixel essentially chase. And I use 3D printers. I use slicers. I used MillMage. So MillMage, Nomad Sculpt, and Nomad Sculpt I used to create the Beetlejuice tombstone. And I tried to get it as close as I possibly could to the movie. How I did that is I used a mesh cam. Actually, I was able to amazingly get Fusion to work on that. I use Fusion to essentially mesh cut the tombstone itself, the main part of it, and all the gargoyles. I actually, in Nomad, was able to break them away from the tombstone itself, and all those are actually 3D printed. I also do mold making and casting and epoxies and all kinds of stuff like that. And so that tombstone is actually also epoxy coated, so it ties all of it together as one giant shell. But anyways, all together, this was a 60-hour build between all of us, to put it into perspective of how much work this really was. So I'll go to the next one. Anybody have any questions up to this point? I know. So that's 60. Well, the printers can work while I work, which is great. So it was about 10 hours of prep work to do all the design prep and things like that, and then execution between CNC machines cutting and things like that, and 3D printers and all of that, because all the light bulbs are 3D printed. The Dantes. So the Dantes is an interesting one. So I created the drawing itself, like essentially a painted drawing in Ibis Paint, which is on my tablet. Kind of broke away all the pieces, and then kind of arranged them how I wanted to make them look, because I knew I had a constrained area. And then I took that, vectorized it into Milmage. Then I exported just the Dantes. Actually, I offset it and everything, and exported a DXF, brought that into Fusion, and then did the 3D infusion of the Dantes. Vinyl work was all in Milmage and then thrown into vinyl cutting software. Obviously the gargoyles I just told you about. And I think that's it. I mean, I used Orca Slicer because we're at a 3D printer. 3D printing, everybody knows what Orca Slicer is. So, yeah, any other questions on this one? So, it was a huge hit. I did not go, but the group that went, which are the ones that one of the main guys there is in the bottom left. All right, so really kind of like, this is like before and after with Milmage. So back in 2023, when I really started scaling up my builds, I built a New Orleans style above ground crypt. Like if you go, I had a friend of mine that went to the St. Louis Cemetery down in New Orleans. She took a ton of photos for me. I am a huge, huge, huge Halloween and haunt nut. Hence why a lot of this is kind of darker in terms of what I'm building. But anyways, Fusion 360 is all I had at the time in terms of being able to do like cam text and things like that, or at least ones that I was the most familiar with. And it was funny, we were driving here today because I was, having ADHD, wait to the last minute to do anything. So presentation is, no exception to that. And I'm going through this photo and I look at the text and I'm like, oh, Joe. I'm like, I spent so much time on that text. And I got the Joe laugh out of it. And ultimately, if I would have done that text in Milmage and Lightburn, oh my gosh, I would have saved myself a quarter of the time. Like, I would have only spent like a quarter of the time on it. And anyways, this was essentially the next year later. I had already obviously worked at, I had just gotten the call from Lightburn to come work for them. I was bringing this to a trade show. This is, so anybody seen Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade? All right. When they go to the library and they break the floor and they go underneath the library, this is inspired from that. This ultimately was 4 times as complex, and I was able to, and I mean, it has no text either. I was able to, it was an 80-hour build, but a lot of that is because of the foam work I did. A lot of it manual. But in terms of Milmage, I used Milmage to cut all of the core of all of the plywood that essentially is underneath that foam. And it made it so much easier because honestly, if I were to do this in Fusion, I would have had to make a I mean, yes, I could do it in 2D, but if I'm going to do it in 2D, I might as well do it in 3D. And then assemble it all to make sure it all fits. I mean, because if I'm already going that far, I might as well go further. But anyways, this is 4 times as complex, twice the amount of hours. If you the math doesn't add up there. That's because MillMage really allowed the cam work, which really is, cam work can be time consuming at times. And if you sat in Joe's talk yesterday, cam is a little bit more manual for CNC machines. So it definitely trimmed down the time on that. Now, this is my this year, because we all have our side hustles. This is my side hustle. I make for fun fog machines, special fog machines. But anyways, this is a build that I did solely in MillMage because I wanted to push the software to its limits and see what I could do. Here is your brick. And ultimately, I cut massive 4x8 foot panels of brick and put it together. Unfortunately, I didn't get this as done as I wanted to, but in the next month, anybody of you that would or does follow me like online, I will be posting final videos of this. So, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, anybody seen it? Any of the movies or TV shows over the years? No idea what it is? All right, cool. So I wanted to kind of have a New York sewer underground scene, and I took one of the newer kind of like humanoid turtle, Ninja Turtle movies, and grabbed some of those scenes, and then grabbed some of the cartoon scenes, meshed them in, and essentially created what looks like an area of underground tunnel or underground sewer in like New York. Even as far as a manhole cover in the middle. So this is both CNC and laser cut, all in the same file. 2 different softwares, Lightburn. I shouldn't say it was all MillMage because I did use Lightburn as well. So anyways, I created a manhole cover using our software as well, threw a logo in it, and cut it as well. And then epoxy coated it because fog is at least 80% distilled water. So wood plus water does not equal good things all the time. And so epoxy coated it so that it would be more sealed. But when it was still tacky, I went over to the makerspace that is attached to my shop in my area, and I went to their grind room, grabbed metal dust from the grind room, and then just, while it was tacky, put it into the manhole cover, and then took that company's faux finish spray, sprayed it, and made it rust. So just to kind of give you an idea of all the different, like some different methods that I use. So, so before I go to my last slide and let people ask questions, things like that. In July, we are having our Lightburn experience. If you lasers, we'll have some CNC there since we are releasing MillMage. LBX is July 19th and 20th in New York City. I am wearing the gray LBX shirt, which shows that I was an attendee in the first one. So if you have a red LBX shirt, you were part of the staff. I was an attendee. That's why I brought and wore this shirt. I was essentially the everyday user of Lightburn back then. It's great. You learn a lot. I even learned things. I was doing a little bit of helping too with it, and it's crazy. Just like here, you get all of us in one area. You learn from each other. You figure out new things. You get amazed by some things that people are doing. This is no exception. So, oh yeah. So the vendor fair is kind of like what we have here. So the vendor fair, it's for pretty much anybody. All right. Anybody doing digifab crafts? So if you are making stuff, there we go. Yep. So it's kind of like a vendor market kind of thing, to where just like people are selling things here, we're having kind of something very similar. And we did have it at our first LBX as well. All of us are just makers. I mean, I joke around and I say at Lightburn, we're the island of misfit toys. So anyways, here's a little bit about Lightburn. I've had a handful of people at this show ask about videos and things like that, so I'm going to highlight that. We do have a YouTube channel. Check out our tutorials. They're very, very good. We do also have people in the world of YouTube, creators that also make content around Lightburn as well, and they do some really, really cool stuff. So check that out too. And if I need to go back, I'll go back to that site afterwards too. So, all right. So long and short of it, use tools that complement each other. I do not just use Lightburn softwares. I don't. I couldn't, because no one software does everything you need. I think we've all learned that. I am one of you. I was one of you. I still am one of you. It's like explore the software landscape in desperation and frustration. Because honestly, when you are desperate and frustrated, I didn't tell you about the timeline that I was on with the bank vault, but pretty much I had to have those 16 panels done and shipped down to Texas in 2 weeks when I went to Joe, and I'm like, how am I going to sequence this? So desperation and frustration lots of times breeds cool, neat, new things that you never thought were possible. So even in your own, it may be things that people have done before, but it's like you discovering them opens your world up. We don't use software, we hack it to do more. And I think everybody can understand that. We all push our softwares to the limit. Never give up, never give up. You can get frustrated, you can walk away from it. You can throw your computer out the window. I don't care, just don't give up. Because lots of times you'll be like standing in the shower and you'll be like, I figured it out. And then you'll go back to that software, you'll go back to whatever you're working on and be able to finish it. Because lots of times, you know, things get in the way of our brains, and our brains are very fickle creatures. So also, and this is last, find software that is yours forever. So with Lightburn software, we are makers just like you. We try to set up our softwares in a way that enables you and it doesn't drain your wallet. When you buy our software license, you know, we provide updates and we actively work on our softwares. You buy it once, it is yours. Even if you didn't renew it, it is yours. So note with how we operate, how we run, we want to make affordable softwares for you that are good, and we also have to survive too. So I think that we all understand that. But we make it to where you guys can hold your softwares forever. So anyways, that is it. Questions? Comments, concerns, things I could do better. So this is my first talk working for Lightburn. I've been there for a year, so yeah. Cool. What's that? I can, yes, yeah. Oh, sorry. Can the slides be posted somewhere? Yes, I can. I will. I'll work with Justin to get a place that it can be publicly posted. So I did export it to PDF right before I came in here. So all the videos that you saw in here, I'm pretty sure almost all of them are on TikTok. Malamaker86, MALAMAKER 86 on TikTok. So any other questions? Awesome. Well, I'll be here for a few more minutes, so anybody wants to come up and talk to me, you're welcome to. But thank you guys for attending. So enjoy the rest of the show.
Test for mic 1. Test for mic 1. Test for mic 3. Test for mic 3. Test for mic 4. Test for mic 4. Test for mic 5. Test for mic 5. Test for mic 2. Test for mic 2. Thank you.
11 minutes. Sorry. Hi, Nicholas.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Are we waiting on anyone else? Okay, we're just going to wait till the time then. I just want to make sure we have all the mics. All right. Yeah.
Check, check. Yep, sounds good.
Shoosh, shoosh.
Oh, it's loud. Yeah, you can hold on to it for now. You said check.
It was on my phone. I can see myself on stream looking at my phone.
Oh, that's loud. Find it?
My mom's like,
All right,
smile.
I'll share it.
Oh,
I'll share it.
gosh. Apparently, I crunched the rest of his cough drops in my mouth.
Oh, yeah?
So I just cough drop down all the way.
Okay, we're going to get going in a little bit, but if you guys want to come closer, we can all hang out here and have a nice little chat. See what's going on here. We've got 2 minutes, right?
Yeah.
2 minutes. 2 minutes to showtime.
Yeah. Dustin just dropped in. He's like, oh, yeah, aren't you, you're running the whole thing and you got questions, all sorts of stuff. I go, bro, you sent me a thing, said you want me on the panel. Answering questions. He goes, oh yeah.
He forgot. He's got a lot on his plate.
Yes, you need to call Kathy. That's the 847 number. Thank you.
I started losing my voice this morning. I think it's coming back. I don't know.
I think we can start. What do you guys say? How's the audience? How you guys doing this morning? Wow, hey, that was more enthusiastic than I was expecting. I like that. How's our panel doing? Woo! Woo!
Great.
Everybody's woo. Oh, we got more people coming in. You got to go woo. Can I get a woo?
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Yeah, all right, I like that. And then when we all leave here, everyone can continually do that and progressively just, scare the crap out of Jim and just go behind him and go, woo! I did that earlier. It was actually kind of funny. He spilled his coffee. All right, so this is a panel called Meet the Maker, and Meet the Makers, I should say. We're going to get a chance to get to know them a little bit more. They're going to chat about some fun stuff. And mostly this is open to your questions, too, to facilitate the discussion, because we want to hear what you know. We know these people can talk on end, and they can share all sorts of wonderful things and all that stuff out there. But we want to know what you want to hear. And, hey, there's more people coming in. Woo! Can we get a woo? Woo! Woo, all right. There we go. I like it. I like that hat. Excellent. And so, come on in. The water's fine. There we go. All right, more people are coming in. I love this. All right. Yeah. Man, I love it. Anyone else? Okay. All right. All right, great. So what we're going to do, yes, more people. Yeah, every time we start the benching hat.
Oh, good hats in the audience.
I know, a lot of good hats in the audience, a lot of good fashion at Rocky Mountain RepRap, I would say. Right? A lot of good stuff, like a lot of cool, fun shirts, a lot of cool creative stuff. Yeah, the chains, the shoes, the shirts, the hats, all the stuff. It's great. So you want to hear from them and not me, so we're going to get this going here. My name's David Tobin. I'm the executive producer of the show 3D Printing Nerd, and you've probably heard of that show because of this guy. And we're going to get a chance to hear from everyone here on the panel. So before we get started, can you go through and say who you are and your channel, and we'll get going.
Sure. Hey, everybody. I'm Joel, host of 3D Printing Nerd. And we make something that we use to help inspire and educate stuff in the 3D printing realm. And it airs on YouTube. And it's good to see you all.
Gemini, and I basically 3D print minis all over TikTok. I mean, that's kind of what I do. Mini 3D printed creatures. I have, I think, 40 designs or so that I did myself that are included in the library. I have over 250 different ones that I produce, and things kind of went crazy for me with that.
We have to talk about those shoes later, though.
Oh, we're gonna get to. We will definitely get to the shoes. Next.
My name is Liz, aka PezLiz. I stream on Twitch, twitch.tv/PezLiz. And I'm the second 3D printing content creator on Twitch to get Twitch partner, which is pretty big deal. So this happened this year. I stream 5 days a week, do all kinds of fun things, including a show called In Printing Color with Polymaker, which is really fun because...
Please tell me you do it.
Yep. And
love it.
Color. We do all kinds of stuff. We're trying to get a good theme song somewhere in there. But that also means that I get to showcase designers, and that's one of my favorite things. Community is a big part of what I do with my streams, and it's really fun to meet new people. So I do interviews and find out what's new and exciting in 3D printing all the time. And also get to find new and exciting people in 3D printing, like Keela, who just started streaming on Twitch too. There's lots of room on all the platforms, and I'm really excited because there's more women in 3D printing. So here's Keela.
Thank you. Well, my name's Keela. I'm actually with Lee Marie 3D. This is my husband.
Hello.
We started streaming on YouTube, I think, a little over a year ago now, and we are both West 3D employees as well. So we are huge in the Voron community.
Lots of
probably
Voron
bigger.
builds, yep.
He's bigger than me.
Well, taller, yeah.
Yep. And then I just started streaming on Twitch, Kilo's Way. And yes, Liz is the color swap queen, but she's also an amazing person. So I love this community.
And my name is Jeremy, and I think she just said everything for me. So, but yeah, we do a lot of builds. We do, you know, RC stuff, a lot of 3D printer builds. I think we've built like 15 now. Yeah, do a lot of Nerf guns and things like that. So, Nerf blasters. I'm sorry.
Blaster.
I just said that. Cut
Blaster.
that, please. Please cut that. Okay. Yeah.
Demonetized. Great. Well, I think I'm just going to start off with one question here to kind of get everything going. And then I want to really open this up to the audience. I mean, that's what part of this is for you to meet the makers, you know, to have you have an opportunity. I'll run out there and we'll do Q&A and bug these guys and stuff like that. But the first question I have for all of you, and we'll start on your end and we'll just kind of come back this way. What does making mean to you? What does it bring to you in your own ethos of it? Not just the general sense of a dictionary, but for you, what is it? How does it relate to you in your personal life and just in general?
I don't know. I've always been the kid that took the toasters apart and trying to figure stuff like that out. So it's always just been something that keeps my mind off of other things and keeps me doing something, keeps me out of trouble, and doing something productive, basically. Yeah, and that's the best part of it for me, is just making things that can actually function. As you know, the toys and stuff are cool, but to make things, design something and make it, and it actually turns out good and does its job is awesome. It's fun.
Opposites attract because it's the opposite for me. I enjoy the community. Neither of us really have a huge family or like very little family. So the people that I meet, it's amazing just getting to basically build a family of my own. And I do enjoy the little toys and love the filament. There's so many colors. So that's what gets me going.
Awesome.
For me, making is the whole process. So whether it is the filament companies and when it comes to 3D printing, the filament companies, what they're working on, what materials are new and exciting and available, what you can do with it, the designers, what they're working on. I do a lot of test printing. I have a lot of friends that are designers, so they're like, oh, do you want to test this out? And then it's also how that inspires other people to either design more or to make things on their own. And it's really amazing because I'm also seeing a cross-section with the makers and crafters and 3D printing. So it's not just people that are printing, you know, like I love Voron builds. I love watching those sort of things. But it's all the different aspects, how it's crossing over, and I'm seeing a lot of that happening now. So that's like making.
Nice.
I've always had like crafting ADHD, where I have like 12 different things I'm doing at a time, and I love combining those into one thing, you know, just like you were saying. I've done the tumblers, I've done Cricut, silhouette, vinyl, stickers, everything, and being able to have all that knowledge and incorporate all of it into one project is what really excites me.
Awesome.
For me, making really is a personal connection to my world. And I say that because it gives you this finite control over what you're doing. If you're spending your time tinkering on something, you're activating these pathways in your brain that just excites you, and you're building something that lets you interact with your physical world in a way that may have never been done before. There's so many times at home where I'm just staring off to space in the kitchen, sitting there, because I'm thinking about a new way for a drawer pull to be created that allows me to open it in a way that I haven't before. Or I'll open the cupboard for the snacks, and I'll look up, be like, this hinge could be better. And it's a really, making for me is just, it's personal to my world, and it allows me to, it allows my brain to fire in ways that are really exciting and something I'm really passionate about. And that's why an event like the Rocky Mountain RepRap Festival is so integral to making, because most of you here suffer the same consequence of being able to stare off in your kitchen and figure out a better way to make a hinge or a drawer pull or something, and we all get to kind of share in that. And so to me, personally, making lets me connect to my world.
That's awesome. There's a lot of questions I could ask on here, but I would love to know if you guys are starting to get questions and things like that. Raise your hand if you want to ask anyone up here a question, and we'll kind of filter it through everyone. Please raise your hand, throw something up, and I'll come over and we'll get things going here because this is a hangout. This is a RepRap chat, if you will. All right, what's your name?
Andrew. Awesome. Thanks so much. It's for everyone. Because you've all got different backgrounds, whether it be Twitch or YouTube or etc. I'm trying to build my audience on all these platforms, and I'm wondering, like, if you had to kind of point to one thing that really helped you build your audience of like a consistent viewer base, people that aren't just getting things in their recommended, people that are seeking you out. If you had to point that to one strategy, one thing you did, one concept you really nailed down, what would that be?
Good question.
Hey, Liz, why don't you take that one first?
Yeah, jump in there, Liz.
I have a magical superpower in that I was behind the scenes for a long time. I moderated for a lot of people on Twitch and YouTube and everything. So I kind of got to know the full, the environment for both, I would say for Twitch and YouTube. TikTok is new to me. I watch a lot of stuff on TikTok. I haven't done a lot of live stuff on TikTok, but I think being present is really important. You can't just you could have a regular schedule where you're streaming every single Monday at 8:00 and nobody will come see you because they don't know you exist. Now, you don't go into someone's stream or someone's YouTube channel or whatever and self-promote, but you make yourself present. So you find all different ways. Like if you've seen a Fix 'em Dude model that you really like, you make sure you tag him on Twitter and on Instagram, and then you talk about the filament that you used, and come to these events and just be present, be part of the community. Like there's Discords where they have hangouts, and just make yourself known in that way. And then the other thing is consistency. For me, this time last year, I had probably half the number of followers, half the audience, and I decided to buckle down, get a really set schedule, keep the schedule consistent, and then the magic thing for me was I was always worried that I was streaming for too long, and I realized, no, you have to hit past 2 hours because, at least for Twitch, I think for YouTube as well, for you to get enough people come in, start talking, actually, build up, and then people stay. But I think presence is important, and not self-promotion though. Spend a lot of time just being involved.
I also think depending on what platform you're on, there's going to be different tactics that you would use to do that, because TikTok is a different audience. Everywhere you're getting a different audience. So you just have to know who your audience is and which platform you prefer. We do all three. We have YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, and they're all done differently. But kind of what Liz was saying, networking and being in the community is huge, because he started YouTube by himself before I ever started streaming with him. And we slowly, you're not going to start with a huge audience. It's slow. Don't get discouraged. But yeah, so that you grow and grow, and then, but we had a pretty good audience on YouTube before I took the leap to Twitch, because I do Twitch by myself now. But Liz has been so supportive in that. Everybody is so supportive. So when I first met her, even on YouTube, you were like, go find Lee Marie 3D on YouTube. And then we have new people coming in our stream right now, Projects and Dad's Garage, Killer Prince, Down Under Maker. So I'm shouting them out now. You just enjoy the people that you're with, support them. It's a family.
Dysfunctional family.
Yeah, consistency, I would say, is a big thing. But yeah, she pretty much said it. It's like you're just building a community of family, friends. So when people do come in and see you streaming, and just chat with them, try to stay engaged with them, and they'll come back and they'll bring other people back. And that's just pretty much, you just keep doing that, and you will get your audience. You will get a good community, and it's amazing. Yeah.
I feel like with short form with TikTok that I do, it's always the videos that you don't think are gonna hit that hit. Like the one I did that has 1 million. I shot at 3 a.m. My hair was a mess, full facial, and it went nuts. And I think maybe my unkept appearance was part of the reason it did. You know, always got to play into it. But it's always the ones that you shoot in like 2 seconds, barely any editing, that really hit.
That is strange. Yeah, you can spend. You can spend hours or days editing something perfectly, and then it does okay, but then something like that happens. You're like, what?
Yeah, people love a hot mess.
One of the things that I remembered from long ago for growth and for exposure was something I learned. Bob over at I Like to Make Stuff, he's a friend of mine, and he gave some advice long ago, and he said, go to the channels or the people that you watch or that want to be a part of a community for, and then leave good comments on those videos. Like, hey, this was a great project, but did you ever think of this? Or perhaps another comment would be like, I had an idea as well, and I thought about doing this. What do you think of this? If you start to engage with people in that way, leaving good, interesting comments or questions about stuff, they could respond or they could make videos about it. And in making your content as well, if people are leaving comments with questions about it, if the answer to a question is a paragraph worth of words, maybe it's better to highlight that answer as more video content. I think those two things back and forth, because being able to go to the channels that you like and watch and leave good comments there and questions, I think works across all platforms.
Yeah.
And then I think on all platforms as well, some are better for being able to turn comments into more content. Yeah. I know TikTok does that really well, and Instagram you can do that. I'm not sure about Twitch and YouTube, but you kind of get the idea. If you go out and attempt to leave good comments and then also take good comments and make video content with them, it not only helps you be a part of a cool community, but it invites others in a really warm and friendly way, and it should result in some decent growth.
And what I'm hearing kind of across from all of you is it's also being yourself and being earnest, because people can see through the BS very quickly. And when you come to like an overproduced video, you do something like we've definitely been in that path where we've made these videos that are just absolutely like movie, TV quality, and they do okay. And then Joel will do something random, like you did something with the in the kitchen of the shop with the. We were trying to do
it was
camera.
a chip clip.
Yeah,
and
chip clip.
It had a history
friggin'
of a
clip chip.
German Shepherd, and I was like, "This is cool. I'm going to print it and clip my chips in the studio kitchen." And it was like a 1 of 10 video on YouTube for some reason. It made absolutely no sense, but it was something that I was genuinely curious about. I had a need. It had a neat backstory, and I was like, "Well, I'm just going to tell a story."
And that's part of it too. I think is if you're excited, like it's contagious. If you're excited about something, that enthusiasm translates. And if it's fake enthusiasm, people will know right away, because no one wants to be sold anything. No one wants to be spammed. But we want to find people that are generally connected to us and telling our stories. And you're all vehicles for different aspects of that. And I think it comes through naturally. Like, you're not trying to put on a shtick. You're not like really like, someone different when the camera
Well, people
goes
think
off.
it's a shtick sometimes.
Yeah,
Then they meet me in person. They're like, "Oh, you're really like this."
Yeah. Exactly. Are there? And then we're just going to keep taking more questions from the audience and stuff like that here. So you had a hand up, and I'll come over to you next in the awesome Hawaiian shirt. Awesome.
It was funny that you said that, though, about like the BS, right?
Yeah.
Because we met people here today that watch us on stream, and they were like, "Wow, you really are like real people and argue like a married couple," because we don't hide that on stream. Like,
Yeah, I mean, the authenticity is so important, and this really just levels the playing field, I think.
Yep.
What's your name, and what's your question?
Everything's
My name's Joe. I go by G2BB online. First off, you stole my question, so thanks for that. So I got to go to my backup question. But I do want to say, to the point of that question, I posted a TikTok a while ago asking how to get started in 3D printing and content creation, and Joel actually responded to that video along with a number of other people, including people who are sitting in this room, responding and getting the community involved. And so I really wanted to kind of second that and put some emphasis on really getting involved in the community. I don't think I would have actually come here to Irmurf if it weren't for that sort of content. So thank you for that. My actual question is, what is your most anticipated thing in the maker world coming up? So for example, it could be software, hardware, whatever, technique. For me, I'm really anticipating the UFIMake E1 UV printer. So I'm kind of curious to see if there's anything else that I don't know about yet.
Forget the NDAs, everybody. Let's just let it all go. No, go for it. You want to start off, Joel? You want to
Sure,
kick
I'll
it off
start.
and go down the line?
So
and
here-
then real quick, everyone, you guys feel free to speak up because they are recording audio. So be louder in your mics if you can a little bit.
Sure.
Joel, can you?
So
be loud?
here at RepRap, there is Scrap Labs, and he's got a table here. His name is Matt, and he is the one that started the company Exact Metal for metal 3D printing. He's not there anymore. He's got Scrap Labs, and he's got pieces at his desk that are non-reactive metals for additives. So he's got tool steel and aluminum and stainless, and I don't know if he had the copper piece or not. But anyway, he showed a build plate for a machine he's making, and we're talking about consumer level metal additive. And he didn't bring the machine because he wants to protect himself with patents, and it's currently filed. But the idea being the patent will allow him to then open source the design properly, so companies could license tech, but you and me and everybody else could build our own. So that's insane. This is the first time in history, really, we're talking about a competent consumer level metal additive effort. And Scrap Labs, his name is Matt, and he has these cool metal bow ties. So you can go put on a metal bow tie and take a picture with it. It's cool. But we're talking about an insane technology that's coming soon, and he's local here, and just go say hi.
I know you have the Mamaki, Joel, but the desktop from FlashForge, the CJ, what is it? Yeah, 270. I'm excited to see how that goes. I love multicolor. I do everything in multicolor. So being able to bring that to resin, I think is going to be amazing.
For me, it's just exploring new materials. I have a couple. I actually do have an NDA. I have packaged waiting at home of Polymaker filaments, of new stuff that they're coming out with. So I've stepped out of my PLA bubble, and now I'm just really excited to start printing with different materials and sharing that. For me, the thing that's, I think, really taken off in the last 6 months is the number of people that got easy to use 3D printers like a Bamboo A1 Mini or something like that. The Creality has a whole bunch of really set it and forget it kind of printers. But now that these people have started printing, it's the education. A lot of us, I mean, my first printer was a Focus. It folds. It folds. I could throw it across the yard too. But a lot of us were in and people even before. I know that they started out it was a battle. That didn't even auto bed leveling. And so these people have these easy to print printers. Now they're starting to explore new materials. They're actually not just printing right from the app. And so it's the opportunity to share my knowledge and expertise and educate these people. So if people are creating content, really think about education, and it's 3D printing 101. And it is really exciting because these people, they already are printing, some of these are mass producing, the Cinderwing dragons and things, but now they're running into problems. And it's being able to share your knowledge and your experience. I think it's really exciting. There's a lot of new people 3D printing.
For me, it would be the Vertigo. So if you are TikTok people, they do have a page, Automated Layers. It's a new printer that we are working on. West 3D is helping, LDO is helping, and it'll hopefully be out soon. We do have one built at the West 3D booth that you can go check out, though. So technology-wise, he's probably my go-to guy, but basically the bed will come up, scrape your parts off, and go back to printing again. So it's really cool.
First of all, that's really cool. I'm gonna have to go check that out. So that's awesome. I guess the 5-axis printers that I've seen here is going to be really cool to be able to maybe build or operate one and have a slicer that can work for that. That's kind of exciting. That's probably besides what you just said. And where is that at here, by the way?
Scrap Labs?
Yeah.
He's right next to the McLaren.
It's
Okay.
like literally
All
right there.
I haven't been on this side by so. Okay, yeah. So that's the 5-axis printers is kind of
Awesome. Keep the questions coming. I'm coming over here. All right. What's your name and what's your question?
Hey everybody, I'm Brady. I'm with Brady Meets World, and so I have a question for everybody on the panel. You guys all work with brands, so where do you walk that line between being genuine to your audience, but still doing what the company requires of you guys? And then the second part of that question is, where do you end up cutting it off if the company is not sharing the same values that you do and your audience does?
Damn good question. Let's start on this side and work our way back to Joel.
yeah, that is a good question. That is kind of tough. Basically, just that you got to communicate that with them right out of the gate. You know that we just try to be honest about everything. Like if we review something and it's bad, I'm going to say that it's bad or what I don't like about it. If they come to you and they say, hey, will you do this? We'll give you this for free, but you have to say this. That's a no. Don't do it. Some people do. I wouldn't. Just try to be honest. Yeah.
So some things, like we've had companies that have gave us plenty of free things to do videos on. He does the edited videos by himself on YouTube. But like he said, we don't, if they're telling us that you have to say something, then we just don't. We don't. Keep your stuff, please. But on the other side of it, if you're talking like brands, I would say because we actually work with Polymaker. We just started working with New Makers. I know you do too, or as far as I know, you still do. And then Ambrosia, because we work for West 3D. So our fine line is trying to equally get them all out there because that's a lot, They all give us filament to give away to our viewers. But we also don't take it on until we get to experience it. Ambrosia, obviously, we got to because we worked there. And if you ever buy Voron printed parts, we probably printed them for you or one of our other print partners. But Ambrosia is what we use now. New Makers, we just started working with them, but I tried it out before I even did that. Wasn't like, oh, yeah, let me do it. I was like, can I have some? And let me check it out. And then once I was like, okay, this is actually pretty good filament, bring it on. So, yeah. Go for it, Liz.
My big thing is I definitely want it to be something that I would use, something that I do use. I have a purpose. So I've had companies say, oh, we want to, we have this new build plate or whatever. And if I'm never going to print with materials that require that build plate or something like that, I might not take the opportunity. But also I might take an opportunity to actually step outside of the bubble. I'm always about stepping outside of my comfort zone. So, but I would never do something where they have any set requirements or else. And the biggest thing is to be absolutely genuine about what you're doing, and also work with companies that you would if you weren't streaming, if you weren't that you would actually want to use their materials or try out their printer or whatever else. Make it genuine, make it as organic as possible, and it's really fun to see that natural progression. And also you can cheese it up. I do a show with Zombie Hedgehog. He is the cheesiest. He pretends to be a shill, which is kind of funny, and so we do cheese it up for things, but we also demonstrate how we use these materials or products or whatever, and it's kind of fun. There is a line, but be genuine.
Yeah, I think if you're not genuine, everybody is going to sniff it out. It's all about saying what's true, what you believe, and what you know. If you are saying a product's great, it's not great, it's not going to come across as honest. And then, people are going to get the product, and be like, hey, Jem, you lied to us. No. I would rather not go that route. So being genuine, being honest, if there's an issue with the product, I would reach out to the company, let them know I can't do it.
This is a tough one. So I've been doing this for 10 years as of last month. And there's been many times where companies that I've worked with have given me something and expected something and it didn't work. And I've had to be like, look, this is not going to flow. So recently, I don't want to name the company, but there was a recent company that paid for a sponsored piece of content, and they sent in a machine, and I tried using it, and it broke 3 different ways. And we went back to the company, and we're like, I'm not going to meet your deadlines. This is broken. And they sent another one, and it broke too. And I started looking through the community because this is something that many, many people had. It had been for sale for a while, and no one else had been talking about these issues. I didn't know if it was valid for me to say that in video, and so we were like, we're not going to do this. We're not going to show this content because this is not. If I'm going to talk about it, it's going to be an issue, and this is something you guys need to fix. And so they've gone back. We're going to still work with them, but the issues that I experienced wasn't something that others were seeing. So I didn't know how valid that would be for me to put out there. I just erred on let's not put it out there. I don't think that's valid. If they come back, say it's fixed, and then it's still not, then it's part of a larger story that we can then talk about. One of the brands that I can mention that we've worked with in the past is Matter Hackers. And I've had lots of success with their materials, and I've had a good relationship with them. But their Pulse 3D printer back in the day, that was before they were selling the Prusa printers, that was their answer to Prusa printers. And they wanted me to make content with the machine, but it wasn't good. It wasn't good. And so I wasn't going to make content about it. I didn't want to showcase something that was performing poorly. It didn't make any sense. And so to the manufacturer's end, I said, I'm not going to talk about this. I still use their materials, and I talked about the things that did work with the materials, but the machine itself, I didn't use. And then obviously the Pulse went away because it wasn't selling because no one was buying it, and they now sell Prusa 3D printers.
It's all your fault.
It is all my fault. Actually, long ago, I dealt with the Robo R2. Long ago, they had shipped me one, and the lead screw in the back was bent from the motor. And I filmed about this. And then they sent me another one, and it was broken, but in a different way. And so then this was for review as well, so this was not a paid spot. And then Robo said, fine. And they went and they cherry-picked one off the line, and then they in their offices in California, they put in some extra bits, and then they strapped it to a pallet, and then they put that on a flatbed truck, and then they drove it to my house in Seattle. And it was broken. It still broke. And part of the reason it broke was because of the things they added. And so I was just, it was a full story at this point, and so that's why I was able to make the video about the Robo R2, and I recommended to people not to purchase the machine. I had 3 different chances at trying this machine, and this was not something that I would recommend. And looking at others who also had the machine, there were problems in the community. People were talking about the machine. And later I heard that Braden from Robo within conversations was like, I was just searching for drama, and I didn't actually have the problems. And so it's so terrible. It's so terrible. All of it is terrible, because if you show genuine excitement for something, you're a shill. And if you showcase issues that you've had with something, then you just obviously don't know how to use it. And so as a content creator, in dealing with companies, as long as you're truthful to yourself, and I'm never going to put something to air that I don't have personal experience with, and I'm not able to give an honest opinion. There's been companies that have reached out and said, hey, we can't send you a machine, but we can send you videos about the machine, and we'll pay you to make a video about it, just talking about it. And it's like, well, no. No, because I can't be honest with the audience. And so there's that fine line of shilling, and it really depends on who's watching your content and where their line of shilling is. But for me personally, and for what we do with the channel, it's just there's never going to be anything that goes to air that I don't have personal experience with, and I will always be honest with the audience. And some people, you're never going to please anybody, but I mean, I'm just going to continue doing it the way I'm doing it because I think it's the right way to go.
We're going to take some more questions. I want to add one thing on there too, in dealing with the brands, because I'm a part of that equation with it, and I deal with a lot of them. It's also being as transparent as possible up front and saying, here's our agreement, here's what this is, and getting things in writing and being as boring as you can with the language and putting something up front and saying, here's where we're at with this. And then as things happen, you go back to that. You have this agreement. You have, hey, this is what we said we were going to do. Here's what this is supposed to do, or whatever it is. And if it's outside that, just keep it very black and white with people, because that saves so much drama. If you start getting into like hyperbole and this and that, and you don't have paperwork and things like lining together, like when you work with anyone, like I work with a lot of different friends and different colleagues in other areas, and I always have paperwork with them. And they're like, wait, why do we need paperwork? We're friends. I go, we're friends, so it shouldn't be a problem. It's more about just having that. Like it might offend people. It might be like, oh, why do you need this contract? We're buddies. And I'm like, well, if you're upset about it, then clearly there's going to be issues down the line. But I've had most of my colleagues be like, yeah, let's sign it, let's go. It's no big deal because they're involved with it. And I think establishing that and being very intentional about what you're going to be doing with the brand and making sure that, because then you get the guide rails, because you never know at the company, the person you're dealing with may get fired, go to a different department. Now you're dealing with a new entity and you don't have the same communication or connection with that person. And so you need something that's consistent throughout your engagement with them. And that tends to help cut a lot of BS out, because you go, hold on, I got this thing here. And they're like, oh yeah, okay. And then it gets things back on track.
So real quick, for Joel, because you've been doing this a long time, so what is the strangest or most out there request you've had to do a video? I mean,
Well, that's a good one. So, I mean, there's been a lot. Yeah, could we?
Yeah, we recently got one that I just won't even say.
We'll just say
It was a toy.
adult related. and
To
not
review it.
3D printing content at all.
Oh, the amount of requests. Yeah, I mean, I get
strangest.
I get things that are like, we really enjoy your content. It's incredibly inspirational. However, we have this line of women's lingerie.
Right. That's yeah.
It would be amazing if
It's my fault because I
showcase-
3D printed the bras,
Yeah.
so that's a thing.
It's
that too.
So a lot of times what happens when you're a content creator and you have a public-facing business email address and you interact with a certain entity, a lot of times that gets shared amongst others within the area, and you start it's just a part of a growing list that this company or many companies will have that they just go down and they just fire and forget. And sometimes it'll stick. Like
Doritos.
Doritos is great, man.
Yeah.
Like that's one of those things where it's not really 3D printing related, but it's been one of those things where they've been involved in the community and they've stepped up and they give out product and they just want to get their name out there. And so we've had conversations with them, and Doritos sent me a fridge. And that's why I have a Doritos drink on my table every time I do a stream, because it's tasty and they're good people.
Pex Peppers.
And Pex
Yeah,
Peppers
We have
is
Pex
another
Peppers.
one. That's right. The
We've
hot
used
sauce.
it for charity streams, for challenges.
So if I
and
ever have a backdrop just full of women's lingerie and robotic vacuums, then I've gotten some interesting emails.
And also, too, we did a thing with Pete's Coffee for a while. We worked with them as a partner
Pete's.
because they're something that's adjacent. We've had other people, like alcohol sponsors, come in. Other people come in, they want to be involved in it. And we actually had, people hit us up with like nutritional supplements and things like that. And I'll say, where's your FDA information? And they'll be like, we don't have that. I'm like, I don't want to talk to you. But also, we wouldn't go down that route because it doesn't fit the channel and the show. And it's also, part of that element on it. But like people ask us, like, some weird sponsors, but it's not just spam. They're intentional. Like, no, your audience would love this, and I'm like, no, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, exactly. We've got only a couple minutes left, so I got time for 2 more questions. You had one in the front, and then the gentleman with the awesome hat, and then we'll see what else we
A
can
lot
do.
of awesome hats here today.
I know.
hat.
Yeah. Speaking of fashion, like next year,
Benchy
fashion
hat.
show,
Yeah.
Benchy hat. What's your name and your question?
My name's Ben. I want to know for the whole panel. So we were talking about sponsorships and stuff like that. And you guys all make your living off of these platforms. Does doing the content for sponsorships and such ever get in the way of the fun stuff that you want to do that really got you involved in 3D printing in the first place?
Yes.
Very good
Yes.
question.
Yes.
Ooh, like that.
Can I take this one real quick?
Yeah,
Can I
go
go
ahead.
first? Okay, so recently I recorded a video where I printed a couple things, and it'll air in the next couple weeks. And I explained at the front, I'm like, 3D printing is a hobby. Like, I used to do this as a hobby. Yes, it's a job, but I still print cool stuff, and I just kind of like to show it off. And so there were 3 specific things that I printed, and I just showed them off. Like, it felt like the old days. It felt great, just printing cool stuff and showing it off. And there was no sponsorship in the way. It was just using neat materials and fun machines to make cool stuff. That is like an island amongst a sea of chaos, because sponsorships are great, and they allow my kids to eat, and they allow my family to see a doctor if they need to, and I can pay wages and have a company. But again, it is sponsorships, and so you do have this requirement that will sometimes hang over your head and get in the way of doing stuff. Like, it's weird. Like, I have a job that gets in the way of my hobby, but my hobby is my job, so I don't know how to
We also
handle
try
that.
to filter that into and make those things fun along the way. But yeah, sometimes we have deadlines and things that are just there, and it's like, well, this video can't air for a little while because we have to do other stuff. But then it comes out.
I have a weekly show where I'm supposed to showcase, specific filaments or come up with, something. And I'll have, you'll have a day where I had one day, there was a power outage. They just announced, oh yeah, your power's going to be out for the next, and I was supposed to be printing all new material. I was doing Polysmooth. I was doing this whole, and my whole audience was ready for the Polysmooth episode, and I had nothing printed. And it's Wednesday. I'm streaming. It's live. So I had to actually go, and I'm like, oh, look at all this neat stuff that the Polymaker's got a wiki now, and I had to pivot because I didn't have enough to give an example of the material. I didn't feel that I was it was a disservice to everyone. And so yeah, having to pivot, especially because I do it live, is that's I think that's the challenge when it comes to sponsor things. And then also sometimes there's the I'm sure that you've all had this where you have different time zones. And so you're trying to communicate with a sponsor or a brand and say, I'm going to be doing this today, and it's like 10 p.m. in Shanghai, and they want you to do it at 10 a.m. and it's like, well, that's not when I usually do this, So it's those expectations and that sort of pressure, and I think that's something that has been a challenge at times.
I think like a simple, for me anyways, way to answer that would be like, I enjoy doing all the things, but when it starts to become that I have to do it, like I'm required to do this, and especially if things go wrong or something along the process, when I have to do it is when I don't want to. Yeah.
No, go for it. This is actually going to be our last question.
Okay.
So I'm being signaled we are out.
Okay. So for us though, we've never had a sponsor yet. So we work for a living too. This is a side hustle, I guess, if you will.
It's not.
Yeah, he is a lineman. He does lineman work. And I used to be a property manager, but now I work for West 3D. He also works for West 3D. So if you ever order anything and you need help with support, we are remote support. So yeah, we do that, and then we do YouTube as well as all the other things. So we never really get breaks. It's funny, you tell your family, you're like, hey, I'm going to Colorado. Oh, cool, have a nice vacation. No, this is work. Please don't call it that. Yes, it's fun. Of course it's fun. And I wish this was our full-time gig, but it is a lot of work, and yeah. Like he said though, if you need a break, take a break. I know other people that stream that have left YouTube for a hot minute and came back because sometimes you need a mental break. It's okay.
Sponsorships and brand deals are not a big part of what I do. I sell the majority of my prints. Maybe one day it will be. Ben, It's Boy in Space, just had me create a second account to do my fun stuff. So I keep Gemini X Creations all business, and then I keep Gemini X Prints all fun, which is where the shoes came from. Yeah. So I think finding the joy in what you do, I've done like a big 6-foot hydroponic tower on that account. I've done.
That was cool, by the way.
It's awesome. Yeah, it's all in Petchy. It lives in the greenhouse. I still have to start plants. Okay. So, but.
Not a problem.
Yeah, I did a video composting PLA in my countertop composter. I know Polar Filament out there has some new biodegradable PHA that I'm going to be getting and doing that as well. So the fun stuff, it's really finding the joy in what you used to do. If you have to create a separate space where you can continue to do it, I think that would be a good thing to do.
Awesome. Do we have time? I knew he had a question.
I know he did, but we didn't. I got flagged. We are out of time. Do we are out of time? Yes. Yeah, we're out of time.
We can chat after.
I mean, everyone's here. We're all hanging out. I want to thank you all for coming. I'd love to thank our guests. If we give a round of applause for everyone coming out here. You have now met the makers. And if you have any questions, just feel free to tackle them once we leave here and all that good stuff. Thank you, everyone, for coming up here and being a part of this.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the third annual
Let's see. Say something for me. Say something on the thing.
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check.
One more time.
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3,
Is that
4,
okay?
5, 6, 7.
Okay. All right. Then we'll start. I know you're busy. Maybe I should sit down. I haven't sat down all day, so that's dangerous.
Take a load off. Sit down.
Yeah, like I do that. You know better. More people coming in. Got a couple more people coming in, hopefully. For those of you watching live on our stream, this video that we're about to play has premiered about 2 minutes ago. A little easier to watch, but it's premiered on our YouTube live for you. So that way you don't have to watch a screen through a screen. All right, another minute and then we'll go. All right, so I'm Justin. I'm one of the organizers. Unfortunately, AkumaMods could not make it to the event to a scheduling conflict. What's cool is I do have him live right here on my phone. I was trying to get it connected. So go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Hope you guys are enjoying the Rocky Mountain RepRap Fest. Again, I'm very sorry I couldn't join you there. Had some scheduling conflicts go on last minute, so. But I did prepare you guys a nice little video, and hopefully you guys can get some information out of it. If you guys need any out of hand, help with anything, you guys can always add me anywhere under the AkumaMods on any social media. So just to let you know.
Awesome. Everyone say hi. Hi. Tell him you miss him. We miss you. And if he doesn't come next year, I'm going to fly to Chicago and kick his butt.
There you go. All right. I promise I'll be there next year.
Awesome. Have a good day.
All right, guys. You guys enjoy the video. Have a good one.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the
Third annual Rocky Mountain RepRap Fest. My apologies, I could not make it this year, but I still wanted to provide you with my Hello, everyone. Welcome to the third annual Rocky Mountain RepRap Fest. My apologies, I could not make it this year, but I still wanted to provide you with my TED Talk, so to speak, about resin printing. So I thank you guys all for joining, for those who are in the audience and listening. But yeah, I wish I could be there with you, and it's kind of saddening to me. I absolutely love the Rocky Mountain RepRap Fest, but hey, it is what it is, and hopefully I'll see you guys next year or at another convention of the sorts. So without further ado, let's get into resin printing. I am your host, AkumaMods, the resin printing god, as some others have deemed me fit. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the basics of resin 3D printing. I have three main rules that I talk about when I do resin printing, or anybody that's getting into resin printing. I like to share these three tips, and these are pretty much the basics of resin printing, the life force. Without these three basic things, pretty much your printing experience is probably going to be very disappointing. So, first and foremost is exposure time. This is number one on my list always, because without it, you're either going to have a print or you're not going to have a print. But there's also some other things in between when we're talking about exposure time. So what exposure time is basically going to help you do is allow you to get the best accuracy and dimensions of your resin print. This is what's going to make the details pop or not pop, depending on what you're doing with it. So I see tons of people out there that are basically guesstimating. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but there's an easier way to deal with this instead of doing the guesstimation route. Because again, while you can guesstimate, oh, this resin may take 2 seconds, when in actuality it might take 3 seconds, and the print might print. But the problem that you're facing is that you're underexposing that print or overexposing. And what that's causing is it's the print may print, but your details are going to be missing there. And that's something that I see tons of people do, where the print looks good, because regardless of if you're overexposing or underexposing, your print is going to look far superior than pretty much any stock FDM printer that's out there. So I do always highly suggest, like I said, dialing in your exposure setting. Now, I use something called the Frozen XP Finder. It's pretty much my go-to for any time that I am resin printing. It is a super fast resin print. You print one singular square in the middle of the build plate, and that's it. It can take anywhere between, I don't know, 15 minutes to 40 minutes, depending on the printer that you're using. But it is super accurate. Pretty much, I spend my time and dial it in at 2.5 seconds. And your bottom exposure, you can basically play around with that. I don't really mess around with it too much unless I'm having adhesion issues with my build plate. That's really the only time that you should be messing with your bottom exposure, if you see like a print that's like this and it's kind of coming off the build plate a little bit. I've noticed a lot lately with the new build plates that are coming out from manufacturers that are like etched and everything to quote unquote perform better with adhesion, but yet it seems to be doing the opposite with it. You know, I don't really see a good happy medium there. It seems to be across the board that I personally don't think that it's any better than like a regular flat build plate. So that's just my 2 cents.
Whether or not you guys have that type of experience, that's completely up to you and up to the user itself. So yeah, going back to the whole normal exposure times, these are very, very important because this can make or break a print, like I said, or lose the details. So if you're underexposing a little bit, what can happen is like, okay, let's say I have wrinkles on my forehead and I really want those details to pop, or, you know, like pitting in my skin. I really want that to shine through, especially if I'm a painter. I don't want to have to go back in there and try and, you know, make those little puck marks to have like my little pores showing or anything like that, or have to do some battle damage on it. You know, if the print is like that from the designer itself, we want to make sure that we're getting the best detail. So if you're underexposing, what'll happen is it'll wash through all those details. So you're actually losing a little bit of detail. Again, it's going to be very minuscule to most users because most of the users are coming from the FDM side, where things look good enough. Whereas resin, you can get super high detail. The opposite side of that is overexposing. Essentially, it's doing the same thing where it's blending everything together like this. So while you may have to have a section like this where, you know, all of these are separate, you know, overexposing might be a little bit together. And it looks good, again, to the untrained eye. But when you look at the actual design of the print and the physical print, you see there's some mismatches there. And that's where you really got to utilize the exposure calibration systems. There are some printers that have them designed in tuned with them. Like I have the Uniformation GK3. They have a re-ref system, and that's pretty good. I personally, again, always go back to the Frozen XP Finder, because it takes a lot less time, it takes a lot less resin. It's just one little square. It's super easy, super fast. And once you start getting the hang of it, you pretty much already know, all right, I'm gonna set this to this, and then I can automatically gauge from there where I need to set my exposure time. So really, that is one of the major players in resin 3D printing. So if you guys are looking to get into resin printing, number one thing, if you're not using like the same manufacturer resin, you're going off and you're changing something else. You know, if you have an Anycubic printer or an Elegoo printer and you're not using their specific resins, it is best to dial in the exposure settings, because every single bottle, yes, every single bottle has different exposure times. And if you are going to be using somebody else's exposure time from, if you're going to be using somebody else's exposure time from the internet, one of the things that you have to worry about is that everything is different. So here, I have everything in my basement, right? So somebody else's exposure time that lives 2 blocks from me, and they have their stuff upstairs on a main floor, their exposure time might be different than mine because of all the different temperature fluctuations, the humidity, everything plays an effect in it. It will probably be minuscule, but it's still, again, best to do your exposure time. So moving along, the number 2 thing that I always have to say about resin printing is the orientation of which your model is printing in. So for example, we'll just use this for a model right now, but essentially this is a flat piece. So we can print this flat on the build plate, just like this. That's perfectly fine for most instances, but there is a problem with resin printing when you're doing something like that. It is called elephant footing or flat footing, depending on who you're talking to. It's all the same thing, but essentially what it does is, because of the compression system that resin uses, essentially this, let's say this was supposed to be 3 millimeters thick, will now become 2.5 millimeters, if not 2 millimeters thick. It all depends on how your compression is on your first layers. And that also in tunes with the exposure time. How many layers are you doing on each exposure? So this is where you can play around with things like, especially if you're doing flexible items like the Cinderwing Dragons or Zal 3D, you know, stuff that has articulation. You can print those flat on a build plate, no problem. You just might have to play with your bottom exposure settings. That's where that kind of comes in. But going back into the whole print orientation, really the major thing that we see in resin printing is stuff that is supported. That is our major go-to thing, is supports. Okay, and you see that a lot just because we don't want to deal with the whole flat footing. There's no reason to really change many of the settings in the resin printer menu. You know, speed, calibration, thing like that. That's about the only thing that you should really be changing is the exposure calibration. Everything else should pretty much remain the same unless you want to mess around and make the printer faster. I've done that in the past. I do have some profiles for some printers, older printers that we basically sped up to improve the print time. So with that, the main thing that you're going to see with resin printers is the fact that a lot of stuff is supported and orientated on an angle. And the reason for that is because we don't ever want to support anything that is flat. We don't want supports coming off here and then our build plate essentially being the same type of thing. We don't want this like this. We want to have a system where it's angled like that. The reason for this angle is we basically want to have a place for the resin to drip off at. If you don't have that, then you will possibly have some failures. Now, I've seen some people get away with it, but the majority of people that are going to try it are going to have some failures. What happens is the resin actually pools on top of that print because essentially we're doing some suction force. So with the suction force and that liquid resin that's sitting on top of there, it essentially starts eating away at the supports and everything. And then you come up with a print that is just supports. And you'll be like, oh my God, what happened? What did I do? Well, that's the reason why we always angle our prints. Always make sure that you have something pointing to the bottom of the vat so it can go back into it. So it just makes it a lot less messy for you when you're taking the print off of the build plate. And B, this is just going to help you with the adhesion, promotion on the printer. It's going to have less suction on it, and ultimately it's going to have a place for all that liquid resin to run off of. So moving along, so number 3 on my resin guide is essentially support structures. Now, there's not really a good system for me to tell you, hey, this is going to work 100% of the time. The problem with resin printing is each and every print has their own support structure setup. So no two are going to be alike. I will say that some of them might work majority for things, but that's if you're printing, like, if you're printing miniatures, obviously we're going to be going with light supports. That pretty much works across the board, but that doesn't always work because if you have 35 millimeter miniatures that you print consistently, those might work pretty good for light supports. But if you have something that's a 70 millimeter miniature and it has a little bit more solid resin into it, let's say we have a solid base to keep the print from, you know, walking away essentially or tipping over easily. The thing is you're actually introducing more weight. So that light support might tear away from that because it doesn't have enough grip to grab that print. So you might have to add in some manual supports, and usually you would have to go with a medium support or heavy support depending on your choice. Really that's where it boils down to is this is all going to be user choice. It's going to be a trial and error type thing. Like I said, there's no tried and true way to say this is going to work 100% of the time. And now with me saying that, you might contradict me doing that or saying that because, yeah, there might be a print or a support setting that works completely for you. But the thing is what I'm trying to get at is a support that will remove easily, leave less markings, and just be easier to remove in general, okay? And then also have a successful print. So there's variables in there. So yeah, you can print everything on a heavy support. It is definitely not needed. You're probably doing more work than what you're needed on most of them. I will tell you, probably 9 times out of 10, I never use heavy supports. There's very, very rare times. Now, I do have some large 3D printers here that do very, very big prints. So at those times, we do call for some heavy supports, but it's very, very rare. I can probably count on one hand how many times I've used heavy supports in the 7 years that I've been resin printing now. So the general consensus of things is medium supports will work pretty much generally across the board. One major thing that I see a lot of people utilize is automatic supports. And I'm not saying they're bad, but they're not always right. It is always best practice to go back in and check. What you're essentially looking for is a floating effect. So let's say I have a print that's like this. I have an arm that has a drip point, essentially. It's kind of like this. Well, the thing is the support will probably do a support here and a support here. Now, you can change the angle of the supports on what they utilize in the settings. You can go ahead and do that. That's perfectly fine. But if you're someone who just utilizes regular supports or automatic supports, this is not going to get it on the first try. You're going to be wanting to go back in and check to see if there's any floating islands, essentially is what we call them in the resin printing community. Basically, you'll see a support here, but maybe not a support like in the middle here. So while this might work, there's a possibility of failure between my wrist and my hand because there's nothing supporting there. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to manually add in a singular support. I do this literally every single time because if I change the angle on the supports, I might have too much supports. And I know there's some people that are out there who are penny pinchers. They don't want to spend more than what they need to on a print. They have specifically said, this print is going to cost X amount. That is my budget. That's it. So for those type of people, you definitely want to utilize that system because, well, you're basing it off of a price point and you don't want to spend extra money on unneeded resin. So the more angle that you use, the more support that's going to be added. Again, that might be too much than what you want to spend on it. So that's why you want to go back in and do some manual editing. So that's pretty much it for my basics of resin printing, and we'll move along to the next slide here. So I'm going to talk about some resin myths that I see constantly posted on groups, forums, chats, you name it. People that I've talked to, even large creators that I talk to that are kind of misinformed, but I don't really blame anybody for getting misinformation. The internet has thousands, millions of people on it on a daily, on a minutely basis. So everybody has their own opinions, but I just want to kind of inform you of some things that are said on the internet that may not necessarily be true. One of the major things that I see is when people have failures with their resin printers, stuff sticks to their vat, specifically is when I see this, is people suggest things like Rain-X, PTFE, things of that nature to coat your vat, your FEP film, to allow the adhesion to not stick, okay? Obviously, these are non-stick products, but the problem that you are doing with this items that you're putting onto your FEP is it's not doing anything. So for most of the time, people don't understand that FEP film is literally chemically resistant to things. So that means nothing sticks to it, nothing does anything. Now, the reason why resin sticks to it is because it's a compression system. So it's more or less, it's compressing that together. So that's why we see things like failures like that, where it sticks to the bottom of the vat, because it's supposed to do that. It has a glass sheet underneath it or an LCD, whatever, and it compresses it together. So it's actually compressing it. It's not actually sticking to the FEP itself. It compresses it. So it's a different type of system. So a lot of people think that PTFE tube or Rain-X, because it is a repellent, will work with that. Well, it might. Okay, now I don't have the data to back this up or anything, but in my experience, this is more or less like a myth, right? And the reason why I say that is because there's no data to back up that it works. There's no data to back up that it does work, right? It's just kind of like hearsay. One person said it, another person said it, two other people said it, so on and so forth, and it just spread like wildfire. So I'm not saying that it doesn't work, but it just doesn't seem to be correct. Because, like I said, FAP is chemically resistant. So that means that nothing sticks to it. Like, that is what it's used for. It is used to be something that is not for PTFE, which most of, like, Rain-X and PTFE lube, that's essentially what they make up, is PTFE. So it's made to be chemically resistant beyond that. So just thinking logically about this, that makes sense that it doesn't technically work. You know, it is just something that was drummed up by one person. They seem to have good adhesion after that. But it just, again, there's no data to back it up. So use it or not, that's completely up to you. But in my experience, it doesn't do anything but maybe thin out your resin a little bit. And in theory, thinking about it, you know, we use a UV light system. So even if you coated the FEP, the heat from the UV light source is literally going to burn off anything that's on that FEP automatically. So by the first or second layer, it's already gone. So that's another thing. It's kind of like the data's there, but it's not truly there. So it's kind of, like I said, it's more of a hearsay type thing. So I can't really say that it is or isn't type of a setup or anything like that. But hey, you know, again, you guys use what you need to use. I personally don't think it works. It's not something that I see physically working for anybody. So use it or not. Another thing that I hear about all the time is resin toxic. Now, this is kind of a weighted question or weighted answer, I guess you can even call it as well, because while some resins are very toxic, most of the resins that people use are fairly toxic. Now, toxic is a broad range. If resin was truly toxic, you would see a toxic marking on resin bottles and resin packaging. This would put them in a whole other field that most of the time you will not be able to normally get them without proper licensing. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's a little bit true, but not. So it's toxic more or less in the way that it is a skin irritant. So it's toxic on certain levels. So just like seafood, peanuts, food allergies, right? Resin can be an allergen to some users. So you really have to be careful with how you use that. Obviously, proper PPE is the best case scenario in this case to protect yourself from resin and resin residue, anything that has to do with resin. So wearing gloves, wearing glasses, even a respirator if you feel you need to. But I'll be completely honest. Again, I've been doing this for 7 years. Now, I've had some accidents happen. Everybody has them happen. It happens all the time. I had a problem where I was moving some denatured alcohol that I thankfully had just freshly screened and filtered out, and it slipped out of my hands and went up in my face. You guys probably seen that video before. Yeah, it's pretty bad stuff. The denatured alcohol is probably way worse than the resin residue that was left in there, because denatured alcohol tends to dry up any type of moisture, any type of stuff on your skin. It basically dries up, right? That's what it's supposed to do. And so when I got it in my eyes, obviously my tear ducts were super dry for a couple hours. Now, thankfully, in the basement here that I work out of, I have a wash station right next to my washer and dryer. Everybody does, right? So thankfully, that thing fills up very quickly. I was able to wash out my eyes about 3 or 4 times. And then I ended up going to the emergency room just to be on the safe side. I knew I did my due diligence and I cleaned out properly, but I wanted to make sure that I got checked out. Everything obviously is perfectly fine. That has been, what, 2 or 3 years now since that happened. And it actually happened on a live stream here. Who knows, maybe somebody in the audience here had witnessed it while I was doing the live stream. But yeah, you know, it happens. So again, just proper PPE and, you know, I will not make that mistake again. Everything pretty much stays stagnant where they are. So I probably won't have to deal with that ever again unless, you know, something happens where it's a freak accident where my desk decides to collapse for some reason, which I really hope it doesn't, because that's what makes a desk a desk. And it's made to hold up X amount, and you know, I make sure that I have a strong enough desk. So anyway, with the whole resin toxicity thing, like I said, it's more of an irritant. So again, just like you know, people with food allergies, some people are allergic to it, some people aren't. This is basically the same thing with resin. Some people are allergic to resin as a skin irritant, so it'll cause dryness, scratchiness, kind of like like as if somebody just scratched you. You know, if you've ever had like a puppy or a cat or something and they scratched you before, and it's like if somebody blew on it, you know, you would feel that it hurts, right? That's what it kind of feels like. I know from experience. I've had resin drip on my skin. It happens, you know. Even with you using PPE, it's going to get on your skin sometimes. It happens. You know, you remove a support and it ends up flying up and it hits you in the arm. It's not the end of the world, okay? It's not. It's going to cause some irritant for some people. Most of the people, it's not going to do anything. So you just wash it off with some warm water. You can put some rubbing alcohol on there and it'll wash it right off. That's perfectly fine. Do your due diligence and just make sure that you wash it before you go outside, because when you go outside, that's when the bad things happen. You can get third-degree burns instantly if you walk out there and any resin is on your skin. I've seen somebody where they got it on their clothes. They didn't realize they were moving their printer farm, actually. They moved a printer, spilled all over the front of them. They walked outside and instant third-degree burns all over the front of their body. You guys have probably seen that story a couple of years back. Absolutely a disaster to happen. So again, it's a freak accident. The user didn't understand. It happens, you know? So it is what it is. But all in all, I've done some testing with the VOC, because that's the major thing that everybody seems to focus on, is the volatile gases that are off-putted by resin. And I will tell you that pretty much all the resins that most people are going to use from Amazon, you know, and this is like your standard resin, your ABS resin, the worst of all, water washable resin, you know, anything like that. Those are like the 3 main resins that you see on Amazon that people use. And now there's even a tough, I would say. Out of all of those, I would say they are less toxic VOC than even some PLA filament. And I've done this with a VOC meter, and I measured it, and it was like, so the normal VOCs that you would intake on a daily basis is like somewhere around like 500. I forget the exact measurement on it, but anything between 0 and 500 is good, essentially. That means your air quality is good, everything is good, you're in perfectly good health. Anything beyond that, it obviously is medium, and then anything beyond 1,000, it's pretty bad for you. Now, I will tell you that the only thing that's really like majorly bad, besides the specialty resins, is my wash station. My wash station is probably the most volatile thing that I have here in my entire setup. When when I take the lid off of that thing and I have my VOC meter, instant skyrocket. It's crazy. It's insane how high that thing goes. I've tested some of these standard resins, the ABS resins, and they pretty much come in a little bit under most FDM PLA filaments that I've used. Yeah, you heard that right. In terms of VOCs, they don't off-put much more than maybe half of what a PLA does. So that's just absolutely insane to me. Totally mind-blowing. Like, I couldn't believe the results that I was getting off of this. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't use protection to help you out. For me, I don't have anything filtered outside. I have a recirculating system. So I have multiple air filters that are in here. They're, about 3 feet tall, and they recirculate this area. I have 2 of them, actually. And each one pretty much recirculates the air within 2 hours. So 2 of them pretty much recirculates all of the air in here within 1 hour. Now, again, going back to beyond standard resins, there are some resins out there that are super volatile for you. Some of the ones are like the flexible resins. Because of the additives to make it flexible, it's very, very volatile. I don't really know the name off the top of my head, but it's an additive specifically in flexible resins that make those the worst out of all of them. So if you are printing any type of flexible resins, please do not be in the room, do not be anywhere. If you're in a house, make sure that you have air filtration literally right next to it, because it is going to be bad. It's like, if anybody used super glue before and they've opened it up and, used a good amount of it. Let's say you spilled super glue right next to you, like it irritates your eyes and everything like that. That is a major, major thing that I see with a lot of people that use super glue. And that's essentially what it does, but it's consistently. It's the same type of thing, and it is so bad. So if I'm going to use some flexible resins here, I know I'm leaving the room when I print with that stuff, because even with my air filtration, and I have some pretty good air filters in here, they just do not do anything. Like, even if I try to vent that outside, the gases it off-puts regardless is just so bad. It's not going to help regardless of what you're doing. Unless you have it like super enclosed and you have a giant fan right above it. That's the only time I can see you even possibly not getting any of that type of remnants from that resin. It is just insanely crazy with it. So just be aware that most of the resins that you guys are using are pretty good for you. Again, skin irritant, eye irritant, obviously that's a normal thing. So out of anything, wear some gloves, wear some eye protection if you're going to be doing anything. And again, if you're really concerned about it, use an air filter if you want to, a mask air filter. I think that's a little bit insane to do that. But again, that's going to boil down to what type of resins you're going to be utilizing, because you know what? It's better to be safe than sorry, really. Again, in my user experience, I think that's a little extreme. But again, you do you, and I can't tell you what you should or shouldn't do. I'm just giving you my personal experience, my advice, and whether you take it or not, use it, that's completely up to you. So we already kind of touched on ventilation. Again, obviously, it's always best to ventilate outside with resin printing. Again, I've tested this, and the VOCs aren't as bad as what everybody makes it out to be. I've even talked to some resin manufacturers, and it seems to be the consensus of resin gets a bad rap because people say that it's so bad, and it's not as bad as everybody thinks. Now, if we were talking a couple years back, that might be a different story, okay? Resin has drastically advanced within the last, I'd say even 2 years. where things have become safer. There's even Formlabs out there that has their new Creator Series resin that is less toxic than, you know, the typical Chinese resins that most of us use. There's even some, basically the best resins out there to be safe with is going to be the Formlabs Creator Series, 3D Resin Solutions or 3DRS, and then there's Musketeers 3D. Those are the three main manufacturers that are not Chinese that basically have the best resins out there for safety, essentially. Now, again, resin is still toxic on some levels, according to, you know, the chemical research, but it's not going to be as bad as like the Chinese resins, because we're starting to see a lot of the Chinese resins kind of hiding some of the facts that they should be putting in their resins. And I'm not going to name any names, but there's quite a few out there that just don't put on all of the information that they should be doing. And the problem is there's not any requirements to do that. And that's really the major thing that we see. I will say that the best one that provides the most information that we've seen is Frozen 3D. They have all their technical data sheets, all of their information about the resins and what's included in them. They have every single thing down pat. They are probably one of the most informative resin 3D printing companies for users. So if you're going to take any type of resin and utilize it and know what you're going to actually be using, Frozen 3D is probably the best one out of the non-American, non-Australian company that utilize resins. So I want to go and touch back with some resin safety. Now, obviously, we all know that resin is very messy, but there's some things that you can do to help you better your life with that. That is the one thing that I see everybody kind of get warded off of resin printing is like, yeah, but there's so much mess. I have 13 to 16 resin printers at any given time. Now, granted, I don't print with all of them at one time. It's usually like 4 to 5, and then I do 4 to 5, and so on. But I have pretty much a 3-foot work area space that I utilize. And I will tell you that I use 2 sheets of like paper towels when I do cleanup. 2 sheets. That's it. So there's some things that you can utilize to help better how you have a workflow. That is the major thing right there, is workflow. So when you're first resin printing, obviously your workflow is going to be absolutely disastrous. It is going to be a mess. I'm going to be straightforward with you, because you haven't figured out the formula of like, okay, I want to take this off, and then I want to make sure that I don't have a lot of resin drippage. How do I minimize all this? So there's lots of things that you can do to minimize this. And again, I do this, you know, I had a large print here. I used 1 paper towel. That's it. One little thing that's like this big. Okay. And pretty much simple cleanup. Very, very straightforward. But before we talk about that, I wanna just touch on the whole resin safety. Again, we basically talked about goggles, a respirator, gloves. You can even go as far as wearing an apron. Now, that is kind of like a 50-50 thing. Aprons are very good because obviously if you're wearing street clothes that you don't want to get muddied up or resined up, essentially, an apron is very, very good to have. Another thing, obviously, is clean air systems. You want to have some sort of a carbon filtration system. That's what your major thing is you want. Don't go with a HEPA system. HEPA only filters certain particles out. You want something that has carbon filter or active carbon filtering along with a HEPA. Those two together are going to make or break what you're doing in terms of smell and in terms of working. That's basically what you want to have. So make sure that when you're researching for filter systems that you look for those 2 specific things. but one more above the other, the carbon filtration system. That is a major, major thing. Obviously, UV lights, you want to make sure that you have a UV cure system. I have little miniature UV flashlights, and I use those for like resin welding. What is resin welding, you may ask? Resin welding is essentially when you have two separate parts and you need to put them together. Instead of using glue, you can take the same resin that you used to print this, the raw resin, and I usually use these little syringes. I bought like a box of 100 of them. They'll last you forever. You probably don't need that many, but essentially I use that, or you can use a paintbrush and just put it in a cup and just kind of brush it along, and you can resin weld the two parts together with the UV flashlight because you're flash curing it. And then obviously you put it in a cure box or set it outside in the sun, because that's essentially what a UV light is the sun, and it'll cure it 100% for you. So, and then you can sand it down and it literally looks like nothing even happened. There's no seams, no nothing. You can do this and fix parts. You can do all kinds of things with resin welding. It is really, really unique. I personally try and use some clear resin to resin weld parts together, because if I'm going to paint over it, I'm not going to see that. But the great thing about clear resin is that you can penetrate through deeper surfaces. So if I have something that's like a crack like this, I can put all the resin inside there, cure it, and the light will disperse throughout all of that clear resin and make it easier to cure. So completely up to you if you want to use that or not, but any resin will work just the same. So, but clear resin just makes it easier for me to see what I'm actually curing inside of that. So, obviously cleanup, paper towels is probably your best. You want to have a specific trash can that you have all your UV stuff. I have a larger UV light that I kind of shine on there after every time that I use it, just so I can clear it out. Or you can throw it outside in the sun and let it cure. That's perfectly fine. I've recently switched to like the blue shop towels, and those seem to work even better, because with regular paper towels, you tend to get the fibers that rip off and everything, and they kind of leave like a weird fiber coating on the resin prints. And so I don't want that anymore. So I switched over to those, and they've been great. They're a little bit more expensive, but they're worth it in the long run. So, and then obviously the big thing is disposal. So there's two things that we have to take into account with disposal here with resin printing. Number one is, like I said, your garbage with your resin and resin prints that are uncured. I take a UV flashlight and cure the entire thing, or again, like I said, set it outside. It'll be perfectly fine and it'll cure everything. You can also hit that with some denatured alcohol or IPA if you want to. And you know, kind of rinse it off a little bit so it'll kind of all pool down there and evaporate. So in talking about denatured alcohol and IPA, I personally use denatured alcohol. Some of you guys who use water washable resins, you're going to be using water. Now, that's one of the reasons why I'm not a big fan of water washable resins, is that the disposal for your resin wash, that is the major thing. That is like really the big make or break deal, breaker of everything, is how to properly dispose of that. Is the thing that I see the majority of the time is you set it in here and you can put a UV flashlight in there or set it outside. That is the easiest case scenario. Let it sit outside and it will cure all the resin. You can scrape all of the dried resin off there and then just toss it away. It is perfectly fine once it's cured, okay? When we're talking about water washable resin, that is a major problem. If you're trying to get rid of your wash, let's say I just want to get rid of the entire thing. If I were to set denatured alcohol, IPA, and water outside all together, let's say I used a gallon, right, of each of those. By the end of the first day, at least 70% of the denatured alcohol and IPA will be gone, evaporated, cured, whatever, okay? With water, that's going to probably be like maybe 5%. Maybe. That's a big maybe. 5% of that is going to be gone or evaporated, because water doesn't evaporate as fast as denatured alcohol and isopropyl alcohol. So that's where I really have like a major issue, is that it's a lot harder to get rid of water wash than it is denatured and IPA. And please, for the love of God, do not rinse anything off in the sink with resin prints. Don't, please do not. You're literally washing uncured chemicals down the sink, and that is very, very bad for the water supply. Please just don't do it. Even if you think you know what you're doing, don't do it. Don't do it. Please don't. Properly set it outside, let it cure, and then properly dispose of it. Do not do that, okay? And the same thing, don't just, take your stuff and just throw it into your plants or anything. Again, you're putting that back into the ground, and you're going to kill the grass. You're going to infect anything that's over there with the resin that's inside of there. So please just don't do it. Properly dispose of it. Talking about disposal of resin. Now, obviously, curing it is the easiest way. One of the major things is I see people ask about, oh, okay, I have a resin bottle. I have used up all the resin, but obviously there's some resin left in there. There's a couple things that you can do with this. You can stick a UV flashlight down there and cure the inside. Or an easier way is swish around some IPA or denatured alcohol inside of there. Just take it, close it up, and swish it back and forth, and it'll clean it out pretty easily, and you don't have to worry about it. Then cure the inside, and you can essentially recycle those bottles at your local chemical place, and that way you can get rid of it. Because I don't believe that most recyclers will take those type of bottles. I'll have to double check with that. I've never actually recycled anything like a normal recycling. So that's something you will probably have to call your local recycler about. But I don't really suggest it unless you know for sure everything is okay on that instance. So, but yeah, that's pretty much all I got, guys. Again, my apologies. I really wish I could be there with you and having so much fun. I miss all my people there. I miss all my followers. I miss just hanging out with everybody. And, I'll see you guys at the next one. Until next time, guys, happy printing.
Mic check. Mic check.
Hello.
I don't want us all to be like. Hi.
It's pretty good. The way they have set up the audio goes that way. Welcome to the business panel here at Rocky Mountain RepRap Festival. Thank you for coming. We got 4 amazing business owners to my left. For those of you on stream, and for those of you here, this is Dan, the owner of West 3D, based out of Oregon. Yep. Awesome. This is Grant, owner and operator of 3D Musketeers out of the great state of Florida. This is Chris, KB3D Chris, out of Ohio. Wisconsin. And of course I forget the guy that's making his own factory, basically. Luke from Luke's Lab out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. So ask him good questions, have some fun, and here's your panel.
Good luck at the dragsters.
Yeah, I'm gonna crash, I guarantee it.
Live stream straight in front.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's up?
How y'all doing?
So I was told this is a panel discussion. That means we don't have anything prepared. So we're hoping that you guys have some questions, and we will be happy to answer them.
I thought you were gonna be the moderator.
Me?
Yeah.
No one told me that.
You seem like a good moderator.
But I'm a business owner too. I've been doing this for over a decade.
You can do both.
I mean,
You have big moderator energy.
I don't need the microphone. I'm half Cuban.
We have one question over here.
What do we got?
For someone, my name is Joe. I go by GTBB. For someone who's just wanting or just getting started in trying to go full time with this 3D printing career, what would you recommend to do or to not do to set myself apart and kind of build an audience, a community, potential buyers or whatever? What's your advice, I guess?
Just a one follow-up question. What are you trying to do? Are you selling 3D printed parts, or what's your goal?
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
Okay, so you want to make 3D printing a business. You don't know where to start. Yeah. Okay.
Service bureau. Right? So you want to make parts for other people, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you want to be what's called a service bureau. So that would be the first thing to really look at. Do you guys do service work? Am I the only service bureau up here?
We print work.
Okay, you do some print work too.
And we only print parts for 3D printers.
Sometimes we do that too. If the money is there, we don't care.
That's business 101.
Amen to that. Sometimes don't ask questions you don't want the answers to. But realistically, find a community that you know well, right? If you're not a car guy, don't try to sell parts to car guys. It's not gonna work. If you're already ingrained in a community, find a way that you can integrate the work that you already do as a hobby and then work with them. You'll gain that social validation, that social proof that's important to not have you look like a used car salesman. From there, you can scale up and look at other communities. But do what you know best. If you're already part of a community, why go away from that community? Mind you, that community might have other people that do 3D printing. For the love of all things that are holy, don't compete on price. Value your time. If you're wondering if you're charging enough, the answer is no, double your price. If you double your price and you lose half of your customers, you're still winning because you're spending less time and you're making the same amount of money. And that means you have more net profit. So the people that are on Etsy that are selling parts at pennies on the dollar, God bless them, because I don't know how the heck they do it. They're working their keisters off. And sure, they're making a lot of money, but their net profit isn't high. And if you wanted to do this as a full-time job, the thing that matters is when all the bills are paid, how much is left for you? If there's none, raise your prices.
Good.
I go on. I imagine a lot of people claim they're going to get into the 3D printing business as an excuse to get more printers.
That is a good reason.
So the question's obvious. Suppose you want to do this smart and you only want to buy new equipment as you need it. How do you know when it's time to scale up, and how do you know when it's time to print more efficiently? Do you wait for the demand, or do you scale up first?
I feel like that one's tough because.
Oh, we gotta repeat the question.
Yes, repeating the question. Knowing when it's time to scale in the way of either, I think that can be extended to personnel, when it comes to that point. So machines, resources, when it's time. So, I mean, generally speaking, it's best to stay ahead a bit. I like to use the analogy of one shoe size bigger than you need right now. So when it comes to new machines, that could mean an additional machine, sure. Maybe not 5 today. 6, yeah, it depends.
N+1.
N+1, always N+1. Yeah, I mean, for some people, one shoe size,
That one is not having fun.
testing. One shoe size bigger could be 10 more machines, right? Depends on where you're at. So I think those decisions are tough to make, but generally speaking, I mean, this space moves fast, right? Even if you're in the niche of just 3D printing parts as a service bureau, the materials change, the technology changes. So over-investing in machines can, maybe you miss the next technology that you could have invested in, or so keep that in mind. Keep in mind the pace that, think about where we are now versus 2012 when things kind of started opening up for us, and as far as patents expiring and things. So that's what I add.
I would just add, there's one thing in business that I see a lot of people are trying to get in 3D printing forget or ignore. A lot of times you have a sufficient amount of 3D printers, you ignore the downtime that those 3D printers have. There's something called opportunity cost. The one caveat I'll say to what Mr. 3D Musketeers here said earlier about your pricing is if you can forecast product that will sell and it's a lower margin product, when your machines are down, you should be printing that product. Because every hour your machine is not printing is an hour that you have wasted and you have excess capacity that you've not filled.
So if I could be a jerk and ask a second question in a row.
Please.
So I have actually sold 3D printed products before, and that actually raises an interesting issue, because basically the more colors you offer, right, the more people love having options, right? But the more colors you offer, the less inventory of each one you can keep on hand. So like actually using that downtime, printing orders before you get them, is not really compatible with having a wide variety of colors and materials options. How do you navigate that? Do you decide what to inventory and what to print just in time?
Yeah, and it may be, and I agree, and those little multicolored things that have 4 or 8 colors are the ones that sell the most. But your lower margin items are maybe those like gradient silks or something like that. So there usually is something that you can find to do. We print parts for 3D printers, parts for like Voron sets, things like that. When we have downtime on our printers, we'll usually print the primary black color parts, and we will leave the accent color pieces for the order when it actually comes in. It just reduces that time. So when we do have a crunch time where it's like, man, we just got 10 orders in a row and it would usually take us a lot longer to fill, we can still fulfill the order at the time frame the customer wants.
When we do parts where we know there's going to be more pieces with different color options, we will look at historically what sells. And that's how we really define what the inventory number should be. You don't want too much inventory because it takes up too much space that could be filled with more printers, filament, whatever it is, raw material that gives you opportunity to make new pieces. And if there are some wacky colors, you don't have to stock them. You just put them on a slightly longer delay and you make them as they come in. Obviously, as you grow, you need to hold more inventory, but that is making sure that you have the right processes, protocols, and procedures in place when you start and not have to scramble like, I don't know what colors people order, so I don't know what we should be printing, right? Like 3D Musketeers, we do high value, low volume. So we have a lot of empty machine time, and that's fine. But when a customer needs something done in 6 hours and they're willing to pay, I'll turn on other machines. It's no big deal. We don't do a lot of like ready to go parts, but as we do it for certain customers, when they have multiple colors, we just look to see what is ordering. So stock as you need it. If something takes off, add more of it.
And I think there's something to be said there too about investing in efficiency before investing in more machines, especially when you talk about the configurability portion of things. Offering colors, 3D printing in general. The strength of it is on-demand printing, so leveraging that makes a whole lot of sense when it comes to customizations. But you also have instances where, say, like Dan, he's printing parts for Vorons. Voron's a super stable project, right? And when the next revision's coming. But if you're solely focused on keeping machines busy and building an inventory, and all of a sudden the next tool head comes out, well, being left with inventory is a real thing, and that's a learned thing, is knowing how much do I bring in, how much do I stock, and how bad have I been bitten before by my practices. So, yeah.
It's happened to all of us.
I'm probably closer to Grant in terms of the volume that we print. We print mostly just bespoke objects. We don't really stock printed parts. And so it is okay to have downtime. A lot of the times our downtime is used to upgrade our farm or provide, that next retrofit or maybe add in a prototype part, because we manufacture upgrades. So downtime is like, oh, I finally get to try the part that I've been waiting to install for the past week or the past month. That'll be in the next product that we make out of metal, not printed parts, unfortunately. But
you mean like the +4 Pika edition?
Exactly. So we
Coming
might have
soon.
Yeah. We
Also, go check out Luke's lab. He's currently running a Kickstarter for the Pika hot end. He won't shill for him, but I'll do it. It's got 2 weeks left. I'm a backer too. It's great. Yep. Seriously, it's like the one Kickstarter as a content creator I feel totally comfortable pimping. So
he did promise to break my knees with a baseball bat if I don't. So it is what it is.
He agreed to it.
Yeah,
I have that on recording.
Please do. Anyways, so like do I get more machines? It might be a question of, do I go back to the machines I do have and perform that preventative maintenance to make sure that when you have a on-demand customer that I need it today, I need it tomorrow, you don't have downtime. But that's just some basic asset management that's really important, because if you don't do it right, it will bite you and you will have a bad time.
Not that any of us would have any experience with that.
Hudson, you had your arm up first.
Wait, hold on. For the stream.
Oh, perfect. Then we don't have to repeat the questions.
This
is wonderful.
Someone's got good ideas.
Thank
It's
you.
not the four of us thinking with the.
Also, is that mic not working?
Yeah,
No.
Testing.
I got more hands, otherwise I'm just going to gesture wildly.
I mean, if you hold this, I can just talk loud enough.
What's
into
up?
it, they can hear me.
So when I look on the stage, the thing I see that you guys all share is a really strong community presence. What advice do you have for fostering your community or starting a community?
I thought you were going to say the beards, but whatever.
Could be something to that.
Yeah.
Well, I'll start. I'm sure we all have our own sort of opinions or suggestions on this. Grant somewhat touched on the first question. You need to get involved and do something that you love. I think if you just say, I've got a little bit of money, I'm going to buy 3D printers and hope business comes my way, you will not be successful. 3D printing has a very low cost of entry. That's the thing that's running against you. So you have to do something where you are already involved in a community, or you are passionate enough to get involved with a community. What I've noticed for 3D printing, and we don't work with 3D Musketeers much because they are a different type of business, but both Luke's Lab and KB3D, we order from each other. We give each other advice. We help each other out. I mean, we have discount codes to each other for when we mess up orders that we can fulfill through each other's stores. That's something that, because we are first hobbyists, we first grew up in the community, that following, when they see your passion, they see that you're there as a member of the community trying to help out other members of your community, that they coalesce around. So our community is fairly large, but it's grown organically from that passion. I go in these maker events and I'm walking around booths and I am just drooling. I'm like, dude, this is super cool. You strike up those relationships and those people follow you. That's what I would say. There are other people, I'm sure you guys have other opinions.
Yeah, just a little bit on what you choose to do, I guess. Speaking of Dan's suggestion on passion, kind of starting with passion, I think our space, like the vendors that you see out there, the majority of us, this kind of show is unique because we all started as aspiring, business owners in the space, and so that passion sticks around, and it's fitting of a RepRap Fest, but some folks call it like a trade show kind of atmosphere, but it's different because we're just as passionate about all this as you are, and that's the kind of thing when you're deciding what to start with, where you want to focus on first, something you know well, that's going to help you get through the hard times too, because it's fun, it's great, it's full of challenges. Some things work, some things don't. And so when things don't go your way and you're not passionate about what you're doing, I feel like that's when there's a recipe where it stops. Where you don't learn from it and continue, you decide to stop.
You burn out.
So set yourself up for success in doing something that you love or can at the very least want to learn.
Think about where you would like to spend 80 hours a week. It's going to be a lot
Only
of work.
80? You only work 80?
Oh man, I'm a slacker.
Slacker.
But I mean, think about that. So it's not necessarily that you're always
Mr. Successful
your
over
job. Your job may or may not be a ton of hours. I will say, typically, starting a business is going to take a lot of effort. But if you're going to live in that community, you have to understand that every hour that you're in that business, you're also in that community. And so, if you need to find a place that you're willing to hang out with people, if you're on Discord or Facebook or whatever, you're willing to be with those people and want to be with those people for 60 to 80 hours a week. And that's how you don't burn out.
I guess for me, our story is incredibly unique because for the first 5 years of my company, you all had no idea who I was. We didn't have a YouTube channel. We were quiet because that's what we wanted. We had our clients. We were making money. We were happy. We were actually focusing on doing full color 3D scanning and 3D printing of people. So I own, in my peak, 5 $70,000 full color 3D printers. I still have one. It's for sale.
$10. 25.
If you ship it, it's expensive. It weighs 1,000 pounds.
Okay, so average printer.
Palletize it.
Okay, for you. Okay, yeah. I'm like, okay, okay, that's fair. That's fair. But YouTube for us has been a lot of fun. But on the business side, we made a decision that very few creators make. We pay-gated our Discord because I am in there all the time. We give business advice. We have just hangouts with other business owners that are in there, and we just chat business. And that's part of what we do. And if I'm gonna spend that much time, it's $10 a month. Like if you're gonna start a business, you're not gonna get free business advice. You might get lucky and you might find someone who's willing to be like a mentor to you or something like that, but it is difficult in this industry. What I would say is if you're trying to build a community, just start. The best time to start was 10 years ago. The second best time to start is today, right? If you keep waiting, building that community becomes more complicated because now more people enter, you have more potential of competition. And in reality, while even the businesses up here technically compete with each other, the content creators, we compete with each other. I compete with the businesses and the content creators. We're all still friends, right? If you're trying to start a business in this industry and you want assistance, you can literally reach out to us. I have a public email to youtube@3dmusketeers.com. Email me. I reply. Be quiet. He said nice plug. I don't charge for emails. Okay? The advice is free. I never said it was any good sometimes. I think a lot of us can sit here and say we've made a lot more mistakes than we've made things right, and part of it comes down to learning from those mistakes. If you keep making the mistakes, you didn't learn anything. You need to make sure that you learn from those mistakes. Otherwise, you'll be forced to repeat them constantly.
So my question my follow-up question to the first question was, what kind of 3D printing business are you looking to start? The reason I asked that, and because we've got people that do actual 3D printing, we have people that do retail, we have people that do manufacturing, we have people that do a combination of both. Those are always questions, and one of the most common things I see like on Facebook groups and things like that is they're basically their question is, how do I make money with my 3D printer? That is a wrong way to look at it. If you want to start a store like West 3D or KB3D or Luke's Lab, we will help you. We will provide advice. The market is big enough. You can get in it. You have to like the operations of selling and packing boxes and researching product and sourcing. You have to like that part of the business to be successful. If you want to start a 3D printing store because you like 3D printing, you will not have a good time because you will lose all that time that you would have had to 3D print. I 3D print 10% of what I used to 3D print. I like the business side of it. If you like 3D printing, you should find a product or find a business that you can start where you're actually making the gadgets. If you like the machines of 3D printing, you like building printers, things like that, you should find a way to get into a part where you're doing modifications or something on the manufacturer side. That is, I think that's advice that I don't usually see shared. It's usually people ask that and then they rag on them. But if you can find something that you like, find that as your niche and stick with it, and again, be in your community, and I think you have a good chance of success. This is a very quickly growing industry. Yep. We are seeing a lot more people to our websites. We're seeing a lot more sales. We're seeing a lot more people buy 3D printers, buy filament. That means that this industry is growing, and there's a lot more room for you to either learn, create great products, work with people that are creating great products, print those products, build printers that people will buy, invent a hot end that can get a following and be on Kickstarter for the next, I don't know how long, but you can do that. And this is now the golden age. I would say this is still a good time to start the business. Second best time, like Grant said. You are in an age where we are seeing the proliferation of 3D printing like we've never seen. It's unreal.
I would say, like, before the advice was given of find a community that you care about. The thing that I would say for a business is asking yourself, how can I serve that community with my unique talents and interests and what I can do? So I might not be the most amazing retail giant like these gentlemen beside me, but I can create cool stuff and solve a problem that then they can provide a far better distribution network for. And that's something that I think would be a really good path, is how can I serve that community and make their lives better and make myself happy doing so.
Yes.
Kind of building on that and my original question, I've kind of thought that the part that is most interesting to me is solving a problem through creative engineering and using 3D printing and other manufacturing methods to make that happen. I'm not so interested in the running the business side, or really even promoting myself on social medias and stuff like that. So I'm just curious, kind of, what advice would you give to get in? It sounds like, from what I'm seeing, the service bureau type work is sort of more in line with that, where somebody comes and says, hey, I need XYZ and I need 50 of them or whatever. Am I understanding that correctly? And how would you recommend going about starting into something like that?
That's a great question. I actually think Grant might be the best person to answer part of this. The only thing from my side of view, we have a retail store where people actually walk in and talk to, and people do ask us. They say, I have this thing, I have this problem, I would like someone to solve it. We don't do that work. I would say a lot of print farms don't do that, or service bureaus do not do that work. What I would do, if you're not into the business side and you want to deal with the design and creation, is think about partnering with some of those people. So when they come in, they can say, we'll take that work. I'll work with my design guy, my engineering person, and we'll work on solving that problem. Businesses will partner with you and work with you. And in 3D printing, a lot of the print farms that I know of are really just, they want an STL file, they want it ready, and then they'll press print. And there's a little bit more to it than that, but that's what they want. So if you have a niche and you're saying, hey, I can solve problems, show them a problem that you've solved. Give them a free, if you could find a customer, I'll do this work for free so you can see what it looks like, and make them want to reach out to you and do that business. So you don't have to focus on any of the business side of it. You don't have to market yourself or anything like that.
I'm going to build on that a little bit.
Please.
Then we'll get to you.
You know way more than I do about
this. We actually started as a pure print farm. We don't do any design work, yada, yada. We have 14 people on our team. I am the person that runs the machines. Everybody else are engineers, editors, copywriters. Shout out to Mad Cat, who's one of the mods in in the live stream right now. He's one of our copywriters, but we have expanded our business based on our needs, right? My background is in business, actually in fundraising. So hello, my name is Grant. I used to do grant writing. It was a great icebreaker, I'll tell you. But we realized very quickly that click, print, go didn't work. I started 3D Musketeers in 2015. I started 3D printing in 2008. So I've watched this industry grow, and we realized we need engineers. I will say the hardest thing in any business is being able to talk about yourself in a way that doesn't feel like you're being sleazy about it. Because a lot of us have been taught our entire lives, do not gloat. Do not, if you're doing something nice and cool and interesting, somebody else will do it for you. And the reality of that is, it doesn't work. You have to talk about what you're doing. And as a service bureau, 90% of the work that we do is either not cool or it's under NDA, so we can't talk about it. So you have to find ways to, produce it. I would say from what you've said so far, and a lot of you know, I tell it how it is. Sounds like you might, at least for right now, be better fit working with a service bureau that does design, or a company that needs an engineer that wants to solve those problems. And if you are upfront with them and say, hey, I'm thinking about potentially doing this too. If they're a small enough business, maybe they'll take you under their wing and teach you a thing or two about what to do right, and more importantly, what not to do so you don't do the wrong thing. Don't be afraid to go up to people and ask questions. A lot of us love to answer questions, especially when it's like the nitty-gritty stuff about our businesses. Don't ask us how much money we make. You ain't get to know that. We ain't publicly traded. But ask questions, because we all were in the position of a lot of you that are sitting in this room right now and watching live at one point in our lives. We're here to help. That's what we do.
I made $12,000 last year.
You took a salary?
What? You're getting paid?
Yeah.
But that's another point too. So we're, 3.5 years in. KB3D, or maybe like 6 months or so further than that, 4 years, 5?
2020,
Yeah. So, we're multiple years in, and the money that we're earning is going right back into the business too. So you have to build something. We are making profit in the sense that our shelves are growing, we're getting more profit, but that is not cash in pocket. And if you're trying to run a business and earn enough money to pay for yourself, that is a challenge, unless you're doing something with a low entry to capital. I do think if you want a service bureau, if you have 5 3D printers, 10 3D printers, and you want to be able to print parts, that is something that you can do. Start as a side gig, do that. This business was a side gig for me.
Yeah, you do it in the 5 to 9 while you work the 9 to 5.
And you just grow it. I had 4 employees before I dropped my main job to make this my full-time job.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was going to ask all of us up here, is because one of the things he mentioned in that first question is, I want to go full-time, right? Like, maybe I'm already doing some things, but I want to go full-time. And taking that leap is different for everybody. It depends on your situation, but it's a tough one. And it depends on how risk-averse you are and how confident you are. But I think I could say with some confidence that probably all of us up here, maybe not Grant, but we balanced that. We had to make that decision ourselves too at some point. And when did we decide to leave the traditional workforce, or at least start kind of pivoting away? And I think in order to get to the point where you're comfortable going full time, regardless of being involved in a fast-paced atmosphere like we are, is something along the lines of what Dan said earlier. If you own a 3D printer and you say, how can I make money with it? That's the wrong question. But if you own a 3D printer and you say, well, how can I add value? That's the magic. You add value. And it could be to people, it could be to businesses, it could be to charities. How do you add value?
I was full-time well before I was full-time.
Yes, amen.
That's half the secret.
Yeah. For those that don't know, literally my YouTube channel started because I took a day job and it literally broke my back. So I couldn't really walk for 2.5 years. If you look at the old videos when I had long hair, you never see me walking in videos. Why? Because I used a cane and I couldn't walk well. I had to relearn all of that. I still don't feel very much in my legs anymore. And YouTube was a way for me to take, in the middle of the human malware as it was, to be able to take what I've learned and share it with the world. Never thought it was going to turn into this. So people are like, oh, I'm such a big fan. I'm like, I am not deserving of this. I'm a regular person. I'm just a business owner. And I suck at marketing. Absolutely suck at it. If I was good at marketing, I would be Zach Friedman, right? And I'd have a massive channel and make great videos and know what I was doing. But I will say the YouTube was a great way and is a great way for that immediate social validation. They're like, well, how do you know? How do we know that you know what you're doing? I have a YouTube channel with over 50,000 subscribers. If that isn't evidence enough, then you're probably not a good customer for me. And so I don't have to prove myself anymore. The biggest challenge when you're starting out is proving that value to others. Don't undercut yourself. Cut deals when you can, but don't undercut yourself. And treat everybody with respect until the immediate point where they don't deserve it anymore. Be firm. If you got to end it right. Don't be a jerk about it, Good question there.
So in terms of how much time you spend doing your daily business stuff, what amount of percent do you do in which areas? Like how much is social media? How much is the daily stuff, everything? How much is just planning for everything else in the future, I guess? Where does your time go most of the time?
You guys plan?
I just follow what Dan
Sometimes.
does.
Oh, God.
I just go on his website and copy that.
All right, let's just do corporate espionage. Let's see what everybody else is doing. Okay, we should probably be doing
but
that.
I mean, we also collaborate on projects. We have one project that we were just talking about a few weeks ago that someone in the community, was doing, and he's like, I want to do it too. We go in on stuff. I mean, it's a rising tide floats all boats thing. I think Grant's answer's probably going to be different than a lot of ours. We don't do social media. I mean, we do. Sorry, I take that back.
Your social media
we
manager's
don't invest.
mad.
We do. Alan, we do social media. We do it really hard.
Top social media.
But our focus is really, Hudson mentioned the community piece. That has been the focus of our business. So our social media is more related to things that we think people want to know. So if you look at our channel, it's Meet the Maker. We'll have people on like Grant, and we just ask the similar types of questions, like how'd you get involved in it? Outside of these shows, and in fact, when I first came to the show, the Room was the first show I ever went to. I was terrified when I saw Stefan from CNC Kitchen and things like that. I would have not
Or
asked
Scotty
the question.
from Strange Parts, who's literally right outside. Come on
Hey.
in. Everyone say hi to Scotty, because he was right there, and I get to do that.
I'm supposed to speak after this, and I don't know where to go.
Oh.
I must be in the right place.
You're in the right place.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there's a part of that, and it's like, well, how do we bring that to the community? So now they can ask the questions behind a computer screen. You're a lot more comfortable doing that. But we do not do paid advertising or anything like that. We do occasionally work with social media influencers, but it's not like we're not paying Joel Telling to do, ad spots for us. But because we're involved in the community, Joel Telling will come to us and be like, hey, we see that you have this on our store. Can we plug your store? And we will do it. Yeah, we do it. I think you've done it for us once or twice before too. On one of the streams, our PF tension meter was like the tool of the year. Yeah. I mean, those types of things, that's a community project. That's not a West 3D project. That's a person that lives 20 minutes from our location that made a really nice tool, and we helped them get to market. So yeah, but planning, I don't know, the other part was planning. Honestly, it gets harder. The bigger you get and the more products and stuff you add, the less time you have to actually plan for things. So we literally are saying, that is cool, I want that. And we go, basically.
And planning is never what you think it's going to be. Planning is, this is what I want, and then reality is very different. Because often curveballs happen, and part of business is not only knowing how to roll with the punches, but be able to take a punch. Because if you can throw a punch all day, great, but if you got a glass jaw and one little hit, you're down for the count, it doesn't matter anymore, right? So you have to be ready, willing, and able to be fluid, fill the gaps, and be able to move with the industry, right? Everyone pre-Bamboo was moving huge into open source because the community was open source. Now all of a sudden Bamboo came out, and now open source isn't that big of a deal anymore. And I understand for the Voron guys, it is life, right? But the vast majority of people that are entering this industry might not even know the difference between open source and closed source. And so businesses have to improvise, adapt, and overcome. Because without that, you have a hobby, not a business.
One of he mentions open source and closed source. What I like to tell people, because we get asked a lot of times, KB3D, it's in our mission statement to add value to open source. It's kind of what we were born to do. But at the end of the day, you know, as things change, and it is changing, as long as you're adding value, the maker will always be there. You know, everybody in this room and in the entire show, we're all makers to some degree, right? And they will always exist. So as long as you're adding value to the maker, then you'll survive another year.
I once made a plan. It did not go to plan.
Yeah, we call them business plans. We make them because we think they're going to be useful, and unfortunately we forget to update them, and they end up in a filing cabinet somewhere.
Yeah,
What's the business plan? You know the question marks in like the, you know, have idea, question mark, profit? Yeah, that businesses are those question marks. And yeah, planning is great.
Yes,
but
important.
It is important, but execution is really what matters. If you're not able to get something from idea to market, whatever that market might be, planning doesn't mean jack diddly. You need to be able to execute. We work with inventors all the time. Great idea people, often very bad at execution. So our job is not so much a rapid prototyping facility, it's more of a business consulting facility where we help them get to their next step. The best planning that you could do, especially when it comes to marketing, is understanding your target. Knowing who you want to sell to, but be willing to understand that because you want to sell to this market doesn't mean you're gonna, and be willing to move. Remaining fluid is how you stay alive, right? It's the only way. I never thought we'd be doing what we're doing, but we are. So let's do it.
Well said.
Red shirt.
Red shirt. Do
It's
you
a
know who
plot.
that is? Do you know who that is?
There's a lot of people.
Do you know who that is? That is Gabe. That is Gabe of Lucky 13 Toys, Mr. Dummy 13 himself. Wow. Yeah, I'm doing that.
You're gonna blow me up a little bit. Okay, so you talked about like planning and budgeting time, but you know, say I decided tomorrow I want to start a 3D printing service. I'm probably thinking, okay, I got to buy printers, I got to buy filament, I need space, and I need to pay anyone who works for me. What are some of the biggest expenses you guys have now that you didn't know were even a thing when you got started?
Insurance.
You can get insurance?
Try having machines that cut metal.
Yeah, machines that will only kill you will hurt the entire time you're dying.
So I will say, when we were a store in my garage, that was probably the time I was the most profitable. The overhead, you grow and your overhead grows with you, and there's always this part where you initially expand and your overhead is like outpacing your actual income, and you have to grow out of that. And then as soon as you grow out of that, it seems like you need more, and it never stops. So like now it gets to the point where we have to sell a lot to stay alive. Where you're in your garage, I could go a month, and if I sold $1,000, it doesn't really matter. I'm still at my house. It's a thing.
You'll know. You'll know when the time is right, when you need to add people, you need to add space, whatever it is, because you'll be running so ragged, you're not going to have a choice. It will be, I need this, and if I don't have it, I'm going to fail. Now, smarter business would say, keep an eye on that and recognize what those symptoms look like so you can catch it early on, right? That way you're not scrambling at the last minute to try to stay alive in a complicated scenario. It is better to look at forecasting and be able to bet off of that effectively than it is to just throw money into the wind and hope it comes back and hits you in the face, right?
Yeah, mean, I would say business is a lot about risks as well, and those costs are major risks. Whether it's you're investing in a new product, one of our first products was Undertaker tungsten carbide nozzle, fantastic, by the way. That's
I
my
agree.
plug.
West3D.com.
But I literally took every single dollar I had earned and went into debt bringing those in. My first batch I threw away. The Death Racer that had all the Undertaker nozzles on last year, those were nozzles from my first batch that I threw away. I have
That's a great use
I have
case
like
for it.
6 pounds of tungsten carbide nozzles. That probably would have been $15,000 worth of nozzles that are still sitting in my warehouse.
So
It was
there's
a
like 8
risk.
of them?
It was a
carbide's
risk.
very heavy.
It was a risk. I took it. It didn't work out. You keep moving ahead. There are going to be those things that punch you, and it's how you get up. We sent out some of those because I thought they were good. The test ones were good. We refunded everybody. We gave them a free thing for the next one. That's proactive, not them reaching out to us. It's being there, understanding that you're a member of the community, and what would you have felt like if you had got this. Give them the 2010 Amazon experience.
Yeah.
That's what you want to do. Yeah.
It's been a decade already, huh?
Dope.
More than that.
Oh. Switch goes on.
Test?
Yep.
Yep. Bobby from San Diego. I'm in the automotive space. How much should you guys worry about initial quality, and how did you gain your feedback, like your experience in data collection over time?
I talk a lot all the time. I don't want.
I got it.
Luke, this
I
one
got
is,
it.
this is you. This
I
is
got
you,
it.
homie.
So a year ago, we brought out the tube hot end. So high performance, high flow. You can find it at lukeslabonline.com. Also at West 3D and potentially get soon to be. We'll open it up.
KB3D.com.
Yeah. Anyways,
Don't forget
when
hyphen. Sorry.
Oh, very important hyphen.
You'll
I'm sorry.
You'll understand if you forget it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's too many friends on the couch talking here. So we launched a brand new high performance, high flow hot end with a lot of grandiose claims, and it was grandiose in the fact that every other product on the market claimed the same things, but as a small business, we really meant it. But what we did and why we took so long to launch, because we thought we were going to be done a lot earlier than we were, and that's one of the first business mistakes we got to make. Yay! Was that we had some things to learn in manufacturing. And what we did to make sure that we did that, and as a manufacturer, less of a retailer than KB3D and West3D are, is we had a core group, part of that community that we had built before that was really interested in one, the product that we were making, and then two, was interested in making it better, because the better it is for them, the better it is for everyone involved, us as the manufacturer and them as the user. So we came down to a bit of spontaneous planning in terms of like, hey, that's a really good idea. We should make sure to ask about that and record that, and also letting our users tell us what they hated, and letting our users be like, yo, this is dumb. Don't do this, and really focusing on that. A lot of the product that we have is me applying myself and solving problems that I had, because I thought I really wanted to be a massive 3D printer manufacturer, and I kept breaking hot ends. So like, there has to be a better solution, and so I started solving a better problem I had. And sure, I can think that everything I make is perfect, blessed, everything's great, but it really comes down to making sure you get normal users who may not know anything about it, get it in their hands and see what the heck they find out about that. So.
And specifically in the automotive space, quality matters a lot. Like if you're doing exterior pieces for cars, interior pieces for cars, we do this a lot. We do a lot of high-end 3D scanning. I got way too much money in 3D scanners, over $250,000 in scanners. But we do a lot of RE work, reverse engineering, in the automotive space, and they want quality, or they don't want to pay a lot of money for it. So if it's additions, modifications, whatever it is, it needs to look OEM spec. So often when we do automotive parts, we go to SLS, MJF, LPBF. We might even do it out of metal if it makes sense. It is giving the customer the experience that they are expecting, that we know they want, not always the one they tell us that they want. The customer is always right in matters of taste. You need to understand that sometimes they don't know what they want. you might know, just give it to them. They'll appreciate it in the long run. It's probably our last question, right? We only got a couple of minutes. Yep.
All right. What's the time would you say to retire your printer? As like you say you have an older printer from the beginning of the industry, and you can continue to upgrade it. You continue to add parts to it and keep it alive. At what point do you say to retire it?
It's a super common question we get, at least in the retail space. If you have to ask the question, it's probably time. And honestly, if the printer is older than 5 or 6 years, it's likely at a point where either it's going to cost more than it's worth to upgrade because you can get more throughput with a newer printer, better quality, things like that. Yeah, I mean, I would say unless you're like into the tinkering and you like playing with the machine, make that a project printer, and do it for fun on your time. But if you're doing it as a business, it is time to retire that, get a new printer. They're all much better experiences in the last 3 or 4 years, I would say.
Time is the one thing that you can't get more of, or I'm too poor to know how to get more of it. So you have to optimize the amount of time that you have every single day. We're not rich enough to stay awake 24 hours a day. There are ways to do it, but it crashes and burns pretty quickly. So you have to make sure that you're optimizing every second that you are awake. And if you're spending that upgrading old machines, it is not worth the time. Often we don't upgrade machines at all. When they have serious issues, like for resin printers, when their screens fail, I buy a new screen and I donate it to the local hackerspace. They'll fix the screen, they get a brand new machine for nothing. Because as a business, it's not worth my time to fix a $400 resin printer. I can get another one for $400 and Uncle Bezos delivers it in 2 days, if not faster. Speed is where you make money. And if you're spending it working on upgrading machines over and over, you have a hobby that might give you a little bit money extra. A business will say, give me another machine. We have over 70 machines in our shop. We are not needing anywhere near that capacity because we know that when push comes to shove, machines know when you have a deadline. They can feel it. And so when we have deadlines, run 5 parts. I don't care. Extras, they go into the bin when we go to shows where we actually set up tables so we can show off pieces that we've done for clients. That's where I think you can set yourself apart and not worry about upgrading machines. If you want to do it for fun, go do it for fun. But, you know, as a business, look at business class machines, like ones from Luke's laboratory. Yeah, got you.
So this was an awesome discussion. I think we're at time, but I think, do you have a booth this year, or you're wandering around?
Me?
You, Grant, yeah.
I'm always wandering.
Okay, so I mean, we're at booths. Grant's wandering around. If you guys have other questions, stop by and ask. If you want to quickly, I don't know. My email is just dan@west3d. Shoot me an email. We can have a phone call. We can go back and forth on email. Grant, you gave out your email and you said it's free.
YouTube, yeah. Well, I was talking about the Discord being paid. I want to make sure. Yeah, it's YouTube at 3dmusketeers.com. You can use info as well. They all go to the same inbox. Yeah, and I'll be in the back. So I got all my gear's in the back, so I got to go get it anyway. So if you want to chat, we can chat outside afterwards. That's what we're all here for. We want to help you all get from where you are to where you want to be. It's why we take time out of our days where you all could be selling, I could be filming. And we're here because we want to help y'all. Yeah. So where do they find you?
Yeah, likewise, extend the same invitation. We've got a booth over on the other side of the hall. Our website, kb-3d.com. Don't forget the hyphen. Sorry. I'm Chris. We're still small enough where I'll see every email that comes through. So, but yeah, come chat at the show, see what we're doing. I love to chat with makers in general. So that's been the best part of moving to a space where you actually have a showroom is I get to chat 3D printing with more people each day. So you'll never bother me.
I miss my showroom.
Yeah, that's great. We don't have a showroom, but we still get guests weekly. It's kind of weird. They come to a giant shed with just overhead doors. They walk in and say hi. It's the coolest experience every time. So Luke at lukeslabonline.com. If I don't see it, I get like 300 emails a day. If I don't see it, send me an email again. I promise I'll get to it. All right.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Test, test.
I did get to see one run of the drag racers. That was fun. I had a bit of an adventure this morning. The wheel fell off my truck while I was on I-25. Yeah. Well, it didn't fall all the way off. It just like went pancake. He went into DeLorean flight mode. Yeah. Check this out. So I had to call 911 and get a cop to come out because we couldn't get off. Crash or did you have intentional? No, it's fine. I just could still see her. So how do you get home? You have another vehicle? Right. I now know. Is the vehicle up here somewhere? Towed somewhere? Yeah. If you need to get out to my dealership, and I can handle repairs starting Wednesday. I can call my boss and let him know. I'm gonna sort it all out tomorrow, but I will definitely do that. Let me know. Probably isn't. Okay. I can recommend. Okay.
Welcome everybody to the last talk of the Rocky Mountain RepRap Festival. Thank you all very much for coming. Anyone on the stream for watching. Everyone wave at the camera back there. You're live on YouTube, and this will be VOD'd as well for those that would like to rewatch or cannot make it to the show. So we have a great talk, great guy, Scotty. Strange Parts also runs the Electric Ranch channel, which I'm a huge fan of. I've actually been there. It's awesome. It's amazing. Obviously, most people won't get there, but just keep watching the videos. It's amazing. We also have Greg. Greg is...
I think we'll let Greg introduce himself.
Greg will introduce himself. We'll introduce. So, as always, I got to run the rest of my head cut off. I leave you with these two gentlemen.
Thank you, Justin. Yeah, I think to start with, Greg, why don't you introduce yourself, and then I'm going to tell you why I have you up here.
Well, that's...
it wasn't intentionally ominous, but...
So my name is Greg Needell. I am I own and run a company called Rev Robotics. We're the big sponsor of FIRST and make hardware that's used for students in robotics around the world. I'm also the co-owner of Electric Ranch, so that's the fun venture that Scotty and our partners are involved in.
So yeah, we bought a large property up in the mountains of Colorado here, and are getting up to lots of fun shenanigans. And we've started a new channel called Electric Ranch that is the intersection of like technology and rural living. So think like autonomous snowplow robots and things like that.
Robots you can drive from the internet to help us with construction.
Yes.
So log in and use a skid steer to move dirt for us.
Yeah.
So if you want to do that.
We have not bought the skid steer yet, but we have bought a mini dumper, which is the word the Chinese use for a tank tread wheelbarrow that weighs 1,000 pounds and has like a front loader scooper on it. And we are in the process of converting that so that you can drive it over the internet. And then dealing with all of the inevitable problems of not letting you knock down the house in the process. So that's coming up soon. But the reason I've got Greg up here, we met in probably 2016 in Shenzhen, China, at what a group of us all refer to as like hacker barbecue.
Lamb Place.
Lamb Place, yes. I first went to China with Mitch Altman, who is the Johnny Appleseed of hackerspaces. He leaves a trail of hackerspaces everywhere he goes. He was the founder of NoiseBridge, which is a hackerspace I was a member of in San Francisco, where I met him. And he was the final like straw that broke the camel's back that got me to China. He every year used to, I don't think he's doing it anymore, but for 10 years led a hacker trip to China where he had a ragtag group of hackers come with him to China for 3 weeks and visit a whole bunch of hacker spaces and kind of where whoever else would have us in the process of him going and visiting his manufacturer in China. And when I got to Shenzhen, like my mind was blown. It was completely different than the stereotype I had in my head of what China was like. And I was immediately in love with everything that was happening in Shenzhen. It was brand new, like everything was new and gorgeous and modern. And totally set up for people who want to make stuff. You know, there were the world's largest electronics markets, there were factories to go visit, there was, 24-hour turnaround on PCBs costs $30 extra, it was just like this, childhood dream come true, literally. And through Mitch, I got introduced to Ian Lesnet, who runs Dangerous Prototypes and made the Bus Pirate, if you're familiar with that, which is like a cool little debugging device. And Ian had started this ragtag group of hackers through running a thing he called Hacker Camp, which was come to China for 3 days. They did 1 day of talks, 1 day of exploring the markets, and 1 day of factory tours. And what he didn't realize is that when you bring hackers to China, they just stay because they love it so much. And so that turned into everybody going out to dinner every night and eating lamb barbecue, Chinese barbecue on skewers, sort of shish kebab style but smaller, and drinking a lot of beer, and bringing with them whatever they had done that day. So if they had found something cool in the markets, they brought that. If they had gone to a factory, they brought war stories from the factory. And so I met Greg there, who was in the process of manufacturing his very first product for Rev Robotics. Did you also go to Hacker Camp? Is that how you...
I never went to Hacker Camp. I've been in and out of China for, I guess 18 years now. I used to do power tools, and I used to do toys, and a whole bunch of other products, and I had a startup that did some LED stuff, and so I kind of went from working for companies that had massive supply chains to just having to go there myself and figure it out, and in process of figuring it out, I got connected to that same group, but I was a little less, eye-struck at what was going on because I had been there for so long, but it was fun to have someone to... at the end of the day, be able to talk to and share stories with. And so I ended up hanging out with that group for, years, right?
Yeah,
so,
yeah, for sure.
So while Rev was being founded, there was a kind of a group that ended up being just a friend group, and we all traded stories and did shenanigans in China while we weren't trying to push startup life forward. And the interesting thing about this group is it was a very big hybrid. There was some of us who were there trying to do startup life and just make hardware happen. Other people who were just technology enthusiasts who were just there to figure out what was going on and enjoy. And it was a really interesting cross-section, and that that group still exists in virtual form.
Yeah, so it was, the organizing mechanism was you emailed Ian, and then Ian would saying that you were coming to China and wanted to meet up with him, and he would add you to this WeChat group that had everybody in it, and then it was just kind of ad hoc from there. And Greg was one of the people that I met early on who taught me the most about manufacturing. I have learned more from Greg about manufacturing than I have from anybody else, which led to I don't know, us hanging out more. We would be drinking beer, and I would be taking notes underneath the table and have a half page of notes from an evening of drinking of how manufacturing worked.
And some of the early Strange Parts videos, I'm on the other side of the camera. Yeah. So it would be I'm going and doing a thing, and Scotty's like, hey, can I just come with you to your factory? Yes. So if you look closely, there's a whole bunch of early Rev factories that
Yes. We have shot at a lot of Greg's factories, some of which he's more thrilled about than others in terms of exposing his supply chain and the vendors he's working with.
But I could tell you, having when I was doing toys years and years ago, working for another company, I would spend almost 4 months a year in China. And most of that time was very lonely because I would just go and I'd be in a remote factory and I would just do a thing, and it would just be, all right, I'm just going to do the same thing. And then when we did it on our own, it was amazing to find this community. And I think that community is a thing that everyone who's here can kind of feel, that being connected to the 3D printer community or the maker community or hacker community, the robotics community, really helps empower you and make you feel more confident about the things that you're doing. But it's I can tell you that we wouldn't be where we are company-wise and friendship-wise if it weren't for that whole group.
100%. I mean, I think Rev really emerged from that group in many ways, but also Strange Parts did, right? Like Strange Parts would not exist if it was not for going and drinking beer and eating barbecue with this eclectic group of people. A lot of the ideas for videos came out of barbecue, including the idea for the very first video. Like that was from a night at barbecue of someone who had came back and said, you know, I walked back through the cell phone markets, which none of us really understood. Like we all, like the cell phone markets are on one side of the street and the component markets are on the other. And you have, like, from barbecue, you have to walk through the cell phone markets to get to the main markets. And they're very opaque. It's all in Chinese. It was really not targeted towards Westerners at all. And the main markets were starting to kind of shift over and be like a little more targeted towards Westerners. And it, like, this idea came up of like, she had walked through the markets and was like, I think maybe there might be enough parts in there that you could like build your own cell phone. And I was like, that's really interesting. And then she didn't really seem to do anything with it. She flew back home. She was there for a couple weeks. And like 9 months later, I was like, I think I want to dig into that more. Like I want, and it was really like a one of the biggest reasons to do it was to have an excuse to go explore the cell phone markets and like figure out how they worked. And part of it was just for like street cred with the barbecue group, right? Was that like if I could figure out how these markets worked or what was going on, like I'd be the popular kid at the table, which was actually true. Like that's what happened, right? But also like it was a cool group to like experiment with the storytelling around, because I would go to the markets and I would figure out, like, I spent 5.5 months on that first video, like full-time work, because the rabbit hole just kept going deeper and deeper and deeper the further I chased it. And I would come to barbecue every night with like one little new tidbit I'd learned, and the story like started, I would retell the story over and over to new people who were showing up in China, because it was kind of a rotating group of people. And so it was almost like being a stand-up comic and like going to the local club to like work out my material, which was fantastic. But also like this group was a very fertile ground for new shenanigans, right? Because, and this is kind of what I wanted to start to get into as I want to keep this very loose, and I want to start telling some more stories here, and then we're going to open it up to questions. But one of the things that I think it's really important to communicate is that in the there's a very different paradigm in people who make stuff in the US and in the Western world than there is in China. And the big difference is that China has a really robust manufacturing ecosystem. And so being a maker in China being a maker in the US is all about having all of your own tools to do everything yourself. In China, most makers don't have any of the tools. It is more about being like a conductor of other services, right? So you don't own your own CNC. You have a CNC guy on WeChat that you can send your design to, and 24 hours later, he's sending you your part for like no money, right? But one of the things that Ian and Charles and like several other people figured out is that for about $500, you can do something real with a factory. If you go visit the factory and you figure out that they're doing some process, for about $500, you can figure out a tweak to that process to do something new and interesting, that if you can explain what it is and give $500 to the factory boss, he's like totally game to try it out, right? So like Ian, one time for Hacker Camp, and he did a number of these, he like took people to factories to like show them off. And he somehow had gotten in contact with an electrolytic capacitor factory, right? And electrolytic capacitors are those ones that look like little cans, right? And the can is aluminum. And so this factory had these amazing like custom-built machines for completely automatedly assembling these electrolytic capacitors. But they were getting the aluminum cans from like a stamp mill somewhere else, right? They were just stamping them out of sheet metal in a tool. And Ian's looking at him and he's going, that's raw aluminum. What if we could anodize those? So he goes to the factory boss and he was like, you know, can you give me 5,000 cans and I will take them somewhere else and I will have them anodized and then I will bring them back. And so he went and made pink capacitors for $500 for his first run that were just gorgeous. There were some like chemistry issues because like, so, I mean, inevitably these projects turn into like the inevitable, like, they always go wrong, but like in interesting ways. So the way this went wrong Well, first, he took it to the anodization factory, and it turns out that some poor soul had to take these little tiny cans, and every single one had to be hung on its own individual hook. 5,000 of them, right? Because they have to be like suspended to be dipped in the various solutions. So they get them back, and I actually got to go the day that Ian was doing this, and it was like really cool to see it. They were gorgeous. But they started coming off the line, and as they were testing them, they started leaking electrolytic fluid, like they were like bubbling and stuff. And so the hypothesis was that there was like some interaction between the electrolyte and the dye. And so then, I don't know if he ever made any like further progress on it, but then the next step was to like convince the anodization factory to plug them all so that no anodization happened inside the can, which just sounded like an even more miserable task. But Ian also figured out that for very little money, there are services that will take a bag of components and put them into tape and reel so that they can be fed into a pick-and-place machine, right? It's this like plastic tape with individual wells, and then you put like this cover tape on top, and then you wind it onto a reel. And so you can get, I think there's like stock tape in various sizes you might know, but you can also like have custom wells made with like a stamping tool. So Charles, I think, went along with Ian when Ian was trying to get his capacitors reeled. And Charles was like, wait, hang on a minute. If I bring you something other than components, will you also reel that? And they were like, yeah, if it's the right size. So Charles goes down to the local convenience store, and he's like, what candy can I put in reels?
Yeah, so now there are jelly beans that you can feed into a pick-and-place machine. Yeah.
And breath mints.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's just this like, it was this never-ending like set of shenanigans of realizing that now making is not about doing it all yourself, but is rather in coming up with the idea, like understanding standard processes well enough that you can see the places in which they can be tweaked without like breaking things, or like only breaking them a little bit in testing them, and then convincing whoever owns the machine or whoever has the process to like try out your dumb idea. Yeah.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of that. There's also this interesting movement that was happening. Historically, China manufacturing is relatively low margin. And so a lot of these giant factories, if you think about the Foxcons of the world and these massive, massive factories that are there, that's for people who are building goods that are sold in Walmarts and Targets and like the massive, that's still what happens. But there's this, while this was all going on, there was also these smaller factory ecosystem that was starting to build, because, you know, Chinese factory owners are also entrepreneurs. And so they were starting to realize that, wait a second, there are only so many companies in the world that are going to order things at 100,000 parts in order, but there are lots of companies that are going to want 500 or 1,000. And so at the same time that, you know, I think a lot of people in this room and at this thinking about manufacturing at a small scale in their house or in their workshop, the same thing is happening over there. And so for these $500,
but it's not happening in houses.
Yeah,
it's happening in small factories, you know, that are very specialized usually.
But it's kind of the same thing where you, even when I first started going to China, the idea of getting 500 of something made somewhere was impossible. And now there are a lot of factories and a lot of vendors that would be very, very happy to CNC you or 3D print you 500 of something or 100 of something. And that really opens the door to not just shenanigans, but also just cool things that you don't need to go and worry about investing tons and tons of money to hit an MOQ to do it.
MOQ is minimum order quantity.
Minimum order quantity. And that's actually very empowering, because now you can do things even on a small scale, but still gain the benefit of expertise.
Yeah, absolutely. I will throw a shout out. If you are interested in that sort of thing in the 3D printer space, I am very impressed by what LDO is doing. They're here. They have a booth up front. You should definitely go talk to like Dave or Jason. They're doing really cool stuff for like kitting cool 3D printer projects that are both open source and I think not open source too, but they like really get it. So if you want to learn more about that, go talk to them. I'm blown away by what they're doing, and they are working with some very cool projects. Kogo Press, Positron. They used to supply motors to Prusa. Like they are involved in many very cool projects, and really get it and like get us as a community, but also really have deep ties in China and understand how that ecosystem works and can like bridge the gap. What was I gonna say? Oh, I was gonna say like the thing about low run manufacturing, like we talk about like low volume, high mix is kind of what Greg's talking about. So like a lot of different things in low volumes, is that by and large it's DIY manufacturing in that, and this is kind of how I met Greg, is like, if you work with like a Foxconn, you are more likely to get kind of like turnkey experience where you like throw your design over the wall and get back what you want. But like that doesn't even work with Foxconn, right? The reality is like, there are very few things that are hands-off in terms of manufacturing. Like circuit boards are one. Like you can, at this point, you can just submit a design, you get back your finished boards, they're usually right. That is not true with like final assembly of a product. Really, my understanding, and you're welcome to add more to this or disagree, is that like you talk with a factory, you build a relationship, and then really you should fly over there for your first production run, because the expectation is that like the factory provides the equipment and the workers, and you are expected to sort of train everybody to make your product the way you want it, right? They understand like standard manufacturing processes, like, making circuit boards and doing injection molding. But like, if you want your product done the way you want it done, you're expected to like, there's very much this attitude of like, my factory is your factory, right? Like even factories I'm just visiting, like it is totally fine to walk around and like pick stuff up and put it down and stick your head inside machines. And like, you're responsible for your own safety in their environment. And they kind of just trust that you're not gonna be a jerk and like mess anything up. And then once you get into manufacturing, like it's your responsibility to like help define the manufacturing process for assembly of your product, like define how it's gonna be tested, define what criteria you have for like how many scratches can it have before it's a reject, like all of those things, which leads to this like very close relationship with your manufacturer.
Yeah, and I will add, like, if you're thinking about manufacturing, not just in China, but anywhere, you have to go, get on an airplane, do the thing. Build personal relationships. This is the other one, is that a lot of the factory owners, the places that build stuff for us, like I am genuinely friends with these people. They want to make good product. They just need direction, and a lot of times they don't understand. The second part about going, which is I think an extension of Lamb Place and everything else, is when you go, you will learn more things. I'm designed for manufacturing. Yes. I always have this kind of weird thinking about 3D printing in general, because my brain thinks about things in the context of injection molding and like really mass manufacturing processes. And there's a lot of like, oh yeah, well, I'm gonna design it for 3D printing, which is impossible to do injection molding, which is both amazing, but also breaks my brain just a little tiny bit. But when you go and you start seeing these processes and you walk around these factories, you say, oh, wait a second. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Or how would you do that? This is the old traditional machinist versus mechanical engineer thing that happens, where machinist thinks that all mechanical engineers are stupid, and a lot of times they're correct. But just because we can make something in CAD doesn't mean you can actually manufacture it. And you can use the vendors in Asia for that exact same thing. I mean, even at the scale that Rev is now, we still regularly will send to some of our key vendors like, hey, we're working on this thing. Here's the kind of 80% of what we're trying to do. We think we could go this way or this way. What do you think? And then we'll learn like, oh, well, if we change this radius or we pick this different material or we do this, that could be more cost effective or faster to make, or you gain all these benefits because the value is the actual expertise. And actually that's one of the reasons that's actually more prevalent about manufacturing in China than other things, is that there's just expertise there that we don't have in other places. I think I'm going to avoid going into the manufacturing in China versus other places in the world conversation here, but there is just more general knowledge. If in the United States you could get everybody who knew how to design an injection mold together, and we could fill like maybe a convention center. If you got everybody who knew how to design an injection mold in China, you could fill like football stadiums.
Yeah,
Of
probably
people.
multiple.
It's just an order of magnitude of just the depth of knowledge. And you could use that to your advantage, whether that's for weird side projects or
actual
or real
companies
stuff.
and making real money. Yeah. I think the other thing too is like listen to the people you're working with, right? Like I've heard people be frustrated, particularly with like circuit board manufacturers, like they changed my design, like they screwed everything up, and sometimes that's true. Like the engineer didn't understand, at the factory didn't understand what you were trying to do. But like a lot of times, like it's all like well intentioned. It's rarely to like for them to save costs or something like that. It's always like trying to make your design as manufacturable as possible and like make it come out as well as possible. And I think for circuit boards, that's like relatively. They don't make a lot of huge changes, but like in other things, you really will save a lot of money if you let them feedback into the design process to make it something that's easier, cheaper, more reliable to manufacture.
There's also a part of this that I believe that good ideas come from anywhere, and so when your factories understand what you're actually doing, sometimes they'll come to you and be like, "Hey, I know you're doing this thing. Have you ever considered this other thing?" And I'm humble enough. I don't care that the idea comes from us if it's a great idea. So I think that when you're using outside parties, like getting them more engaged with what you're doing gives you a road to success.
And treating them as partners rather than just a service where like, I always use the like throwing stuff over the wall analogy, right? Like, I mean, part of the culture of like manufacturing in China is like you go and meet your manufacturer and then they take you out for like a fancy dinner or a fancy lunch or whatever, which is always hilarious because like there's all sorts of weird cultural like.
Don't ask what you're eating, just eat it, and it's polite.
And there's a lot of like very funny like stereotypes they have of us, which is like. Everybody eats with chopsticks, but then like they will ask like, "Do you know how to use chopsticks? Like, do you need a fork?" Greg actually just had one of his vendors come visit him in the U.S. for the first time.
Yeah, so one of our vendors was here for like 10 days doing a tour, and I kind of felt like it was the opposite experience that I've normally have, where I go to a vendor, in a van, you take them to lunch. So we did the same thing opposite, and so I made the joke. I was like, can I get you chopsticks at this barbecue place? It was all.
Hold your hand further up. I think you're blocking the antenna.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I was like, sorry, chopsticks. It was kind of the same joke the other way around. All in good fun. I promise you. But it's a.
They tried mac and cheese for the first time.
Yeah, mac and cheese was was an amazing experience.
Yeah.
Love mac and cheese.
You asked them what they wanted to drink, and they were like, had no idea what the options would be at a barbecue place.
Yeah.
Had never used a fountain drink machine.
A fountain soda drink doesn't exist, right?
It's always just filled for you by someone. I don't even really know where it comes from. I know I can get a Coke. Well, it's usually in a can, I guess.
It's in a can. Yeah.
Yeah. They don't really have fountain drinks. I guess McDonald's maybe does, but yeah.
So anyway, it's all good fun there.
Yeah, and they appreciated all of the jokes that you were making in reverse. Like understood and appreciated them. So
flipping just to a fun side story. One of the things that you do when you go to factories in China is they always want you to take a photo.
Oh yeah.
In front of their logo, and it's literally, this is a thing. And so when I was
and half the time once you do that, you end up on their website.
Yeah, well, that's where I was. That's
where
I was going with that, Scotty.
Sorry.
Is that there becomes a fun thing where you're bored and you're just like, oh, I want to go check out this factory, and then you realize that you end up in photos on Alibaba pages and on their thing, and it's like, oh, here, these are our Western customers, and it's just like the wall of people taking awkward photos in front of their thing. So,
but even if you are not a customer, you end up in the wall of customers. Like I have gone to a lot of factories that I have never paid any money, and I am definitely one of the customers in the list.
Yeah. So then it became a thing where anytime I went to a factory, I would make sure to get the copy of the photo, and it would be like, how many factory photos can I be on?
Yeah. So what happened when they came to Texas?
So of course I made them take the photo in front of our logo in our lobby. So I'm going to put that on our wall. Be like, oh, look, these are our vendors.
Our Chinese vendors. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, I wanted to. We've been talking for a while. I wanted to open it up to questions. We have tons of stories. We could talk for hours, but I wanted to open it up to questions. And yeah, Aaron in the back. Yeah. 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 So let me just. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So the question, just so everybody can hear on the stream and everything, is Aaron saying like he works with a lot of Chinese vendors and he's found the language barrier to be a big issue, which is absolutely legitimate. And he's found that using like as few words as possible to describe what he wants is effective. And like, do we have any other tips? And like, it's something we deal with all the time. And I would say like it is a major hurdle for operating in China, and it particularly was when I started going there in 2016, and I imagine it was like even worse when you first started 10 years before that. But I speaking for myself, like, yes, so few words is good, but I would say it's sort of the tip of the iceberg, right? Like, in theory, everybody in China takes English in high school. That is about the equivalent of like everybody takes a language in high school here, right? Like, they in theory have like wrote a bunch of English. In practice, they don't speak it fluently, right? It is very rare to come across someone in like everyday life on the street that speaks any English or is willing to speak any English with you. They might understand more than they let on, but like Mandarin is the language of the land. But what's interesting is a lot of people, Mandarin isn't even in their first language. There are like 43 different languages spoken in China that are like, some are dialects, but they're not mutually intelligible, right? Even in Shenzhen, like Shenzhen technically is Cantonese speaking, but because so many people have come to Shenzhen from everywhere else, it's kind of like the Bay Area. Like everybody goes there to seek their fortune. It's like one of the big technology hubs, right? Like people are from all over. So I've run into issues where like I have kind of learned like survival level Mandarin. Like I can get through everyday life in China in Mandarin. I am not having conversations with people. I am saying like, want that, but I can like bargain with them and I can get around in a taxi and like do the thing at the restaurant. I read a tiny bit, like a few hundred characters. So like one of the things that kind of dovetailing off of what Aaron said is that it's about simplifying your language, right? It is about speaking like simple sentence structure, simple words, trying different ways to communicate the same thing. The advent of like smartphones and Google Translate and now AI translation is like hugely helpful. There are tools like WeChat. Everybody lives on WeChat. It's both like everybody's communication mechanism, both for work and personal life, which is very weird because you see like pictures of people's kids on WeChat that like you met in the market and buy capacitors from, which is like very odd. But WeChat has like built-in translation so that you can just, like I will go to people's booths sometimes and like add them as a WeChat friend, and then we will just text back and forth standing right there because we're getting automatic translation on the text messages. But yeah, how have you navigated it? Like you speak less Mandarin than I do.
Yes, I definitely speak less. And I like how he humble bragged. He's like, oh, I can read a couple hundred characters. I'm like, come on, I can't even. I'm like 12
I've been
characters.
studying recently.
Yeah. So I think there's a couple things. I will say at the scale that we are now, I actually have some people who speak Mandarin who work for us, which is nice. I have some vendors in Asia who I use as in-betweens who are both very fluent in English and also Mandarin. But one of the things I actually point out from email, and I've been doing this for a very long time and it works, is I always will do my own translation using Google Translate and then translate back. So write an email with your context, drop that into Google Translate, translate it to simplified Chinese, then copy the simplified Chinese and translate it back to English and see if the message holds. Because there are a lot of words that mean, they're almost like homonyms, but it's different meanings when it crosses the translation. And so if you can get past the here's my email, translate it back, and it still means the same thing, most likely whatever translator they will throw it through will actually will work. And
that's
so that's
a great strategy.
That's a tip that I use. But I mean, early on, when I first went, it was before smartphones, and so like we're getting in that realm. We would hire translators. We would have people that would go with us. But if you didn't have one of those, you were just doing a lot of pointing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, one of the first things I used to do, and they actually print these on hotel cards now, but I used to have the hotel when I would check in, write me a little card saying, take me back to this hotel, because I wasn't really sure where I would end up through the day. But I know that I could get into a taxi regardless of how much it was going to cost me. And I could point to this card and just pray for the best. And I would end up back at the hotel. And there were only a couple scary moments there.
There's nothing scarier than having your cell phone run out of battery in China, because now you are just like, if you don't speak Mandarin, you are epically screwed. Yeah. Yeah, Pooch. Oh, we got a third mic. Fancy.
Okay, here we go. So I've noticed when I work with vendors in the U.S., we almost have a default expectation sometimes of like, if I'm asking for something that's kind of new that I don't have a lot of experience having it molded, machined, whatever it is, that we almost expect that they'll give us a little guidance in terms of like, oh, you'd be better off if you did this, or what, maybe if you looked at this. My experience when I try this in China is that you do not get that.
That's a great question.
They expect a lot of specification and direction, and if you do that, they can hit it.
Yep.
But they are not very good at guiding it. Can you give some insight on that?
Well, so part of that is you need to explicitly ask for that feedback, right? I think that's.
Yeah.
I try to avoid making overly generalizations about culture, and I can only speak to my experience, but. There is a little bit of a pride thing about, I gave you this thing and I fully understand it and I'm just going to work off of that to go back. And I think that's where some of that bridge of things not going right happens.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
For most of the vendors that I work with, this is one of the first conversations I have when I'm working on bringing on a new vendor is, I want to work collaboratively with you. When I send you something, I want your engineers to give me feedback. I mean, if you don't get any feedback, if there's not a, hey, have you thought about changing this? Or do you really need 4 digits of precision on this tolerance? If they don't come back to me with questions, I don't actually believe that they've understood what I'm trying to do. And so functionally, a lot of that is setting the table to say, I want to have this conversation. I will not be offended if you ask me questions about my design, because I don't like I said, I don't know exactly what all that is psychologically, but there is I obviously this is your expertise. You know what you're doing, right. And so I'm just going to do exactly what you told me to do. And I think that just setting that understanding up front will do a lot of good.
Okay.
Yeah, awesome. Let's go to the Hawaiian shirt.
So we've talked a lot about manufacturing in China.
Sure.
You mentioned a lot about like the ethos of, my factory is your factory.
Yeah.
What is one lesson that we as makers in the United States, especially those of us who are looking to turn this into a career, what are some lessons that we can learn from China?
Oh, there's so many. That's a big question. Okay, I will give you one, which is, and it took me a while to learn this in China, but I think as makers, we look at what's available around us to solve the problems that we have, and we just kind of grab from what's on the shelf and what tools we have and whatnot, and we end up using things in ways they weren't intended, which is like totally the hacker's ethos, and like I'm totally on board with that. That is not how manufacturing works. There is a set of standard manufacturing processes that all products are made from, generally speaking. And as soon as you get outside of that standard set of manufacturing processes, you are on your own, and stuff gets really weird and hard and expensive. You are best off, like one of the most important things is to understand what are well-established, well-understood manufacturing processes that things can be slotted into, right? So like all electronics are PCB, PCBA, injection molding, or CNC milling, or aluminum extrusion. Like there's a couple options there, and there's a standard way of testing boards. There's a standard way of programming boards. Like if you can fit into that, you're in really good shape. And as long and like the closer to the middle of the road of each of those you stay, the better off you are. When you start getting like far on the fringe, like that's when things go terribly wrong. And so I think one of the biggest things that I see when makers and hackers from the US come to China with the goal of making a project is that they expect, like they only know what they've experienced, and they spend a lot of time like continuing down the path they're already on, rather than like learning how, I'll say how China does things, and there is a reality to that, but also what I'm saying is like how manufacturing does things. And so like learning like, and actually Greg's like someone who's really good at this, right? Is like understanding what does China already have a lot of, right? Like it could be as simple as like wandering around the markets looking at connectors, right? Like what connectors are just all over the place in the markets and what are either really hard to find or not there at all. That's a really good indication of what you're gonna spend a lot of money on and what is gonna be dirt cheap, right? The same goes for manufacturing processes, like all of this stuff. And so I think like the best thing you can do is expand your horizons of like what else is out there that people are already doing so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. And then if you want to scale up manufacturing so you're not convincing your manufacturer to do this thing they've never done before, they have no experience with, they don't have any tooling for, like da 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 da. But I'll let you probably know more than I do.
No. So I have some, I want to expand on what Scotty said a little bit, was things about like picking components is a really good one for that. So when you go to DigiKey or Mouser, they have every size of everything that you could possibly imagine, right? So when you go and pick this LED size, you're like, oh, this fits perfectly. This is how I reflector and all this other stuff I want. And then you go try to find it, and they can find it in Asia. Like, it's easy, right?
But you are like setting yourself up for a world of hurt.
But you realize that, oh, okay, cool. I bought a 10-cent LED on DigiKey, and it worked great. And I go over to China, and I'm like, well, how come this is a 9-cent LED? Well, because that's not the package that everybody's using. And whereas you can go and be like, oh, well, if you changed from this weird package to this standard package that everybody has, you go to a fraction of a penny for that LED. And so if you want to be efficient, there's just an understanding of what's at play. I mean, McMaster does things like spoil us. We can buy every size possible bearing you can, but yeah, there's thousands of sizes of bearings on McMaster. But if you picked one of the top 100, they drop in price massively. So some of it is just kind of understanding and adapting your designs and what you're trying to do for what is out there, and I think that that's a really big thing. But philosophically, it's the other one is don't be afraid to work with people. I find that China is very collaborative, even if it seems like they work against their best interests sometimes. Yeah. Where we have some vendors who are like, they could absolutely do this, but for one reason or another, we found another vendor that can do something better or cheaper, or lead time is a big thing that I deal with, where it's like we move stuff around to get it shorter lead time. And they're happy to say, oh, well, hey, for this round, we're going to use this other vendor, and they're going to ship it to you, and they're going to do this part, or you're going to do this, and let's bring it together. And I think that a lot of times, especially in the startup world in the US, we're very like, whose startup is in stealth mode, right? Like where this little bit more open sharing of information will go down a really good path. I mean, there's how many startups and new companies that are in the other room who have different 3D printers, and while there's really great sharing and there's a lot of open source boards and slicers and things like that, you still have people in there, 20 different people all working on the exact same problem, trying to solve the exact same thing, and because it's all kind of isolated. And so factories share knowledge, people share knowledge at barbecue and places like this. And so as much as you can share, that will also help us as well. And I think that we can embrace kind of a more openly working together on stuff.
I think to piggyback on that also, like, don't assume that you have to do everything yourself, right? Like China is very, particularly really all the way up and down kind of the size of factories, there's a lot of specialization, right? There's a lot of little shops that just do one thing. And I think in the U.S., particularly when people like bootstrap manufacturing from nothing, they assume they have to do all of the processes themselves. And I think that's like a real like tar pit for the maker community turning into manufacturers. Like, you are much better off trying to figure out what can you get somebody else to do and working deals with, don't like assume that they're going to be too much money for you to afford. Like, go and talk to them and explain your vision. Like, sometimes people will be willing to like cut you a deal on your first manufacturing run, your first batch of 100, because they know that they see the vision and they see that you're going to grow and that your business with them will grow over time. The other thing that I would say, sort of piggybacking on like popularity of components, is we are like that little like sucker fish on the side of a whale shark, right? Like, let's take LED strips, which I think of as like the quintessential like maker product, right? LED strips don't exist for us, right? Nobody's making LED strips for us. That is like, there is an entire area of Shenzhen that just does LEDs and LED strips. It is for architecture, right? It is for big light up animated buildings and displays and things like that. We just happen to have found something that works for us that they are making in so large quantities you can't even imagine, right? There are a bunch of other things like that. Like, we have now access to very, very cheap, very, very small IMUs, accelerometers, gyroscopes, compasses. That's because smartphones need them. We have access to very small, cheap cameras. That's because smartphones need them. Like, there's a whole list of things that I could talk about with smartphones, but like, look around you and see what industry is doing that you can piggyback on. And you can't get access to all of it, but like, also a lot of it ends up sort of trickling down and getting copied and whatever, and you can get access to that. And that, like, being aware of where the industry is headed and what they're doing and what is already being made in bulk that you can like use for your own purposes will keep you in the land of cheap things that make you happy.
Before we move on to another question, I'm going to take a point of privilege as the microphone holder and ask you to show off your backpack.
Oh, nice. I saw these all over the markets the last time I was there. And Katie, who's my partner, is pointing that out because I was supposed to bring her back one and I didn't have time. And I'm really sorry.
That just means you get to go back to China soon.
I know. I know. Maybe in June.
Next question. Go right here. Since you're right here.
I also noticed we are at 2:45. Do we have to stop now? Okay. No from the back. So we'll keep going.
I'm curious what your thoughts are on the large amount of disregard in like patent law as well as IP law that happens in China and how that impacts innovation. And for context, I actually have an example with me. It's a 16-bit emulator that has got thousands of ROMs straight from China. It was $13.
Yeah.
Incredibly cheap. I would think if Nintendo made these, they'd be selling them like pancakes.
Yep. Okay, so this is a big question, but it's also a sticky one. And like, this is being live streamed and recorded. And I will just say for everybody who's in this room, my fear in talking about sort of controversial topics is that at some point I will be standing in front of an immigration officer on my way into China, and he will search my name and come up with the wrong video with the wrong comments on it, and that's a huge problem. And actually, like, I will say this, and this is also controversial, we are very careful how we moderate the comments on the Strange Parts YouTube channel for my physical safety. It does not mean I agree with one thing or the other, but I have to be very careful about what I say publicly. I think Greg also has reasons to be careful.
Yeah.
That being said, I do want to answer this question. So, and I'm going to try and do it as neutrally as possible because I'm going to encourage all of you to put your pre-assumptions on hold for a minute because there are two sides to this, and I don't think we all realize how sort of indoctrinated into one we are. And indoctrinated is a strong word, but like how much we are like embedded in one mindset versus the other. So, and this is true for a bunch of things in China. But it makes these topics very hard to talk about. So I would say that there are two approaches to intellectual property in the East versus the West, like China versus the West. We are very much used to the value of the design and the idea. We place a lot of value in that, and we have a lot of legal frameworks around that. And we have a bunch of reasons that we can use to defend that, right? So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about that. I'm going to talk about the other mindset. The other mindset in China, as I best understand it, is China values production, right? They are a manufacturing economy, like largely due to the fact that we have shipped them a lot of our manufacturing, right? They place a lot of value on not coming up with the next idea. They actually don't care. Most factory bosses do not care what they are manufacturing. They just want to be manufacturing something. And for the longest time, it was all about contract manufacturing. It was a customer coming from the West, giving them something to manufacture, and then they would make that thing according to the customer's specifications, and they would make like a fixed percentage margin on top of that. And so their goal, they have a bunch of fixed overhead, right? They are paying employees, they are housing those employees, they're feeding those employees. By the way, like that's not because the factory requires it, it's because the workers won't work there unless you provide food and housing, right? They want to save as much money as possible when they're in Shenzhen working because they want to go home to their families, right? So, and if you don't give them overtime, they'll quit because they want to make as much money as possible, right? So there's a bunch of like assumptions there, right? But the factory boss is paying rent, he's paying all this overhead for employees, he's got machines, It's very expensive to run a factory. So his biggest goal is making things 100% of the time, right? And there's not a lot of thought about what you're making. It's just like whatever comes in the door, right? So then one of the questions is like, well, what do you do if you don't have a customer? What do you do if things are slow, right? Now you want to look around and be like, well, what can I make that I know I can sell? Right? Again, there's just like all of the value is placed on the manufacturing process and just like turning raw materials into finished goods, right? Doesn't matter what, right? So it's how we get weird things like, fidget spinners.
Fidget spinners, yeah.
Is a good example. And we have a lot of stories about, we were both in China during this fidget spinner boom. I went to the first and last international fidget spinner trade show. Which was like 80 people in a co-working space with folding tables displaying like bearings and
if you nag Scotty on his Discord channel, he'll eventually put this video out.
I have some video that I have never released from the world's first international fidget spinner trade show.
We could have talked about fidget spinners for this entire session because there are
maybe
so many amazing stories.
That would be a 45-minute
spinners.
talk.
Yeah, we would. And we have videos and photos and all sorts of stuff.
It was amazing. It was really a kind of a remarkable thing. But it's also how you like end up with like knockoff Arduinos and things like that. It's literally just like people filling the factory line. I will also say like there's just not this like attachment to the idea, right? Like ideas are very cheap and free in terms of how China looks at it. The most important thing, so they also get frustrated about the fact that they don't have like patent law and IP restriction. They get like, I hear from people all the time like, oh, like we just came out with this new product and then our competitor ripped us off, right? But the way they solve that is not legally. The way they solve that is by like beating them in terms of speed, right? So it encourages the entire industry to just move faster, which is a huge like core Chinese value in general, right? Is like speed trumps everything. Whereas I would say we like have far more of a culture around like quality trumps everything. And we place a lot of value on like the design and engineering process. I would also say like it's not just patent law, it's like trademark and stuff too. Like it is wild to see what the Chinese do with various trademarks and brands and logos. Like it is fair game, and I have seen the wildest mashups of like high-end brands with, you know, Winnie the Pooh and Nike and like just crazy mashups of stuff. But like I look at the two various systems and I kind of go, I've been immersed in the Chinese system long enough and I've seen how that like you can't relax as a Chinese manufacturer. You must always be thinking of the next thing and be trying to get like units out to beat your competitive market and then have the next thing coming after it. And I kind of think that's better. Like it leads to a faster pace of innovation And I think, like, I kind of think patents, Craig might disagree with this, but I kind of think patents suck. Like, I come out of the software world, and like software patents definitely suck, but I also just think like it can lead, like with how long patents last, I think it can lead to stagnation in industries that would move much faster if they weren't like limited by patents. But to conclude here, and I want you to jump in, because I know you have different opinions, but I think the biggest problem is that the two systems don't mix. It's like oil and water. So if we all did it the Western way, it would work great. If we all did it the Chinese way, it would work great. It's a huge mindset shift, but trying to have both exist on the same planet is like a real problem. And both sides don't understand the other side and get very frustrated. And so I think that's really the root of it, is like, there's not one that's better or worse, right? At the end of the day, they both work. It's that it doesn't translate at all.
I have so many things to say to disagree with Scotty on this.
Yeah, go for
it. I have over 80 patents to my name. And I have more pending. And so I file patents because it's a way to hold some ownership for the R&D investment on new ideas. And it's difficult, especially as a small company. I mean, Rev, we're a 50-person company. We can work on a product in a relatively small market and work on something for a year and a half and 2 years, but the end product itself actually is very simple. The ideas to get to the end product were very, like what it took to get there was very hard, even if the end result was very, oh my God, that makes total sense. So I like patent protection for that reason. I'm going to be very careful here because there are some things going on in my universe right now about patents. But talking specifically about China, first of all, in many, many cases, if you protect yourself, if you actively want to protect your IP in China, China will actually respect your IP.
Yeah, this is I agree.
And so if you go to the copy malls, right? So like right by the train station in Shenzhen, there's a giant mall, and it's like all luxury brands. But you look around,
all copies of luxury brands.
Yeah, copies of luxury brands, like not genuine products. But when you look around, you'll notice that you'll see some brands, but not other brands.
Yeah.
Okay. And the reason for that is some brands have gone and worked with the Chinese government and worked with their IP and registered their trademarks and their copyrights, and actually China will enforce them. And there are other brands that just said, we don't care. And the ones that don't care, then they just get copied. So it's kind of a mixed bag on that stuff.
I think you can even make an argument for why copies are good for brands, particularly in the luxury brand market. It's less about patents and more about brand names and, and copyrights. The simple version, it's a longer conversation, but the simple version is that low quality copies are not bought by people who would buy the original. They can't afford the original.
Well, let me tell a very really quick story on this. So in Hong Kong, Canton Road, which is like Fifth Avenue in New York, or any like the crazy luxury brand. So to get to Hong Kong, you have to cross by this copy mart. And so regularly, every single weekend when I'm hanging out in Hong Kong, you see people coming from mainland China to come into Hong Kong to go shop in Hong Kong to buy the real goods and bring them back and do it. Literally, on the way to get to the real brand store, they had to pass the equivalent of a giant mall that they could get any one of those things at 1/8 of the price. But people want the real thing because they value the quality and they value the thing. So that's kind of to Scotty's point, right? It's, so there's some degree of the copy or the knockoff actually helps build brand recognition.
It's aspirational participation in the brand without the ability to participate directly. And I think there can be an argument made, and I don't have data to support it, that people who participate in the brand aspirationally through copies, when they get to the point that they can afford the real thing, they do. And they pay for the real thing. Because it is, like the difference between a bad copy and the real thing is very noticeable to everyone. The danger is grade A copies. and those are almost universally
counterfeits.
Yeah, and it's a huge spectrum, right? It's not just fake and real, right? Like there's a ton of different variation.
I can share an
Yeah,
actual
yeah,
legit
please.
story on this. When I used to do toys, I used to be the senior engineer on a product line called Hexbug back in the day, and so we would sell Hexbugs on Amazon, and occasionally we would get customer service. My thing didn't work, and we were like, okay, fine, ship it back. We'll ship you another one. They're toys. It's easy. And then we started getting this whole wave of them that are not working. And as somebody who was literally responsible for manufacturing and quality on this product line, like what the hell is going on, right? And so we started asking for them back. And what was happening was they were clones, and they were being sold as our stuff with our brand in our tubes on Amazon, right? And so, because anybody can kind of go onto a listing on Amazon and sell their own version. And so we were doing customer service for replacing these people who inadvertently were buying the non-genuine goods. That is actually the thing that I am most concerned about some of the IP stuff. But there are things there. So going all the way back to your handheld game device, which, to be clear, I have one also.
Oh yeah, like there is no judgment here.
Yeah.
To be clear, like I gladly participate in that ecosystem.
From a functional perspective, the factory built a really cool little Android or Linux tablet, and the software that's running on it is the thing that's violating IP. If Capcom, Nintendo, PlayStation, Sony, whoever wanted to shut that down, they could, right? They have, we can talk about the ethics of if that factory should produce that device, and there's some things there, but those companies that own the IP that's on that device are large enough scale, have law firms, can go work with China to ban the import of those devices. So this is a very, very nuanced conversation, and believe me, I have designed products that have been copied and knocked off, and it's incredibly frustrating for lots and lots of reasons, and sometimes it's been worth it to go and use the legal system to try to enforce them, and I could tell all sorts of other stories about that too, but some of them I can't, but I could tell some. But it is a nuanced conversation. If you are worried about protecting your intellectual property when you're working with Asia, there are lots of things you can do. One of the ones that I do regularly is we separate the lock from the key. So we will produce part of our product at one vendor, part of our product at another vendor, and a third vendor will actually assemble the thing together. So no one vendor has all pieces of the puzzle. That works for some things, it doesn't work for other things. But it's
we're out of time.
Okay.
So we could talk all day. We're gonna. And I think Greg will too. Just stand in front of the stage. You're welcome to come up and ask more questions. We're happy to chat more. I'm happy to take selfies. I have stickers. Thank you for coming. And thank you, Greg, for letting me drag you up on stage on very short notice to tell stories.
And subscribe to Electric Ranch and Strain Parts
Yes.
on YouTube.
Yes. Thank you all.
Cool, thanks. I assume there's an NFC inside
No, I
of this.
don't. I have stickers, but go to my website, like contact.
Oh, they're fidgets.
Yeah.
Oh.
So they're based after. I've got
Gets other people too,
but yeah, I've got the design on printables. I call them the fidget 50s. I actually need to rename it on printables, but they're little coins just like that. And I figured I'd make my.
No, this is
just the same way.
Except now they don't fit in people's.
Right.
things, so.
Right. But it's got my the QR code